Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome and thank you for tuning in to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission Communities of Interest Input Meeting. My name is Commissioner Isra Ahmed, and I will be co-chairing today's meeting with Commissioner Derek Taylor. Today, we are offering 4 language lines in the following languages: Spanish, Farsi, Armenian, and Khmer. So language speakers can listen to the meeting in their native language. Could I please have our interpreters provide our call-in numbers? Let's start with the Spanish interpreter. Would you please read the Spanish language line instructions?
Hi, yes, this is the Spanish interpreter. Hola, esta es la intérprete de español. Les voy a leer las instrucciones de la línea telefónica para el español. Para los escuchantes en español o hispanohablantes, por favor marquen a 888-950-9566 para escuchar la junta en español e ingresen el número de identificación de la junta, el 389-1010. De nuevo, el número de teléfono es el 888-950-9566. Y por favor, ingresen el número de identificación para la reunión, que es el 389-1010, para los que escuchan en español. Gracias.
Thank you. Can I have the Farsi interpreter read the Farsi language line instructions?
شنوندگان فارسی زبان لطف کنند به شماره 1-800-369-11-26 زنگ بزنند برای شنیدن این جلسه به زبان فارسی و اون شماره آیدی شماره شناسه در واقع هستش 91-02-554. بار دیگه تکرار میشه. شماره تلفن هست 1-800-369-11-26. لطف بکنید اون شماره شناسه جلسه رو بزنید 91-02-554 برای شنوندگان فارسی زبان. اگر که میخواهید که یک نظری رو به صورت عمومی بیان بکنین، شماره هست 877-853-5247. بار دیگه شماره هست 877-853-5247. شما بایستی که این شماره رو درج بکنین 873-48-25-15-63. برای اینکه بگین که شما میخواین که نظری ارائه بفرمایید، شماره ستار 9 رو بایستی بزنین و شما به این شماره جدید تماس خواهید گرفت برای اینکه نظر رو به صورت عمومی اعلام بکنید. اگر که از مترجم میخواین استفاده بکنید، یک مترجم برای شما فراهم خواهد شد در این شماره. و اگر که به این شماره زنگ بزنید لطفاً قطع نکنید، چون که جایگاه خودتون رو از دست خواهید داد.
Great, thank you. Can I have the Armenian interpreter read the Armenian language line instructions?
Could the Armenian interpreter please unmute in Zoom?
All right, we can come back to the Armenian language line instructions. Can I have the Khmer interpreter read the Khmer language line instructions?
Yes, Madam Chair. ជំរាបសួរបងប្អូនខ្មែរទាំងអស់គ្នាបាទខ្ញុំអ្នកបកប្រែខ្មែរបងប្អូនខ្មែរយើងស្ដាប់ភាសាខ្មែរ Yes សូមមេត្តាចុចលេខទូរស័ព្ទ 800 369 ដើម្បីលឺសូរភាសាខ្មែរណាបងប្អូនណាហើយដាក់ ID meeting ID អត្តសញ្ញាណលេខ19 A77479 ម្ដងទៀតណាបងប្អូនណាលេខទូរស័ព្ទ80036920095ហើយសូមមេត្តាដាក់លេខID លេខសម្ងាត់ហ្នឹងចុចលេខ1957479សម្រាប់ស័ព្ទជាភាសាខ្មែរហើយបើបងប្អូនណាចង់ជូនយោបល់គេហៅថា public input ជូនយោបល់ជាសាធារណជនសូមមេត្តាចុចលេខ8778527ម្ដងទៀតណាបងប្អូនណាលេខទូរស័ព្ទ8778527ហើយសូមមេត្តាចុចលេខ87348251568ដើម្បីឲ្យយើងចុចលេខយោបល់សូមមេត្តាចុចតាណាញតារា9ហើយលេខសូមមេត្តាចុចលេខនឹងទៅដើម្បីឲ្យជូនយោបល់ជាសាធារណជនបើសិនថាបងប្អូនណាត្រូវការអ្នកបកប្រែនៅពេលយើងជូនជាមតិយោបល់ជាសាធារណជនសូមមេត្តាស្នើសុំអ្នកបកប្រែទៅគេនឹងជូនអ្នកបកប្រែជូនខ្ញុំនឹងបកប្រែជូនសូមមេត្តាកុំដាក់ទូរស័ព្ទចុះបើសិនតែដាក់ទូរស័ព្ទចុះយើងដាច់ឡានណាបងណាអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំសូមអរគុណបាទ Thank you Madam Chair
Thank you. Can I have the Armenian interpreter read the Armenian language line instructions, please?
Yes. Բարև ձեզ, հայերեն թարգմանիչը թարգմանում է հայերեն խոսող եւ լսող անձնավորությունների համար, եթե դուք ուզում եք զանգահարեք այս միտինգի համար եւ կարծիք հայտնեք, զանգահարեք 1-800-369-2118 նոմերով։ Նորից կրկնում եմ 1-800-369-2118 Երբ որ պահանջված ձեր կոդի նոմերը, այդ կոդի նոմերն է 234-0609, նորից հայերեն խոսողների համար այդ կոդը 234-0609, իսկ եթե պետք ունեք զանգահարեք միտինգին, նոմերն է 1-877-853-5247, այնտեղ ձեզից կոդ կպահանջվի, այդ կոդն է 873-4825153, կրկնում եմ, հեռախոսի նոմերն է 1-877-853-5247, կոդը որ պահանջվեց, կսեղմեք 873-4825153 նոմերները եւ հետո վերջում կխմեք աստղը 9 նոմերը։ Շնորհակալ։ Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all of our interpreters. Now we will go to Ravi for roll call.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to say such beautiful languages before I start the roll. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Foranshari. Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamont. Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Presente.
Commissioner Taylor.
Presente.
Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Yee.
Here.
And Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
You have a roll call is complete.
Thank you, Ravi. So I will start by sharing a little bit about the commission. Every 10 years, after the federal government publishes updated census information, California must redraw the boundaries of its congressional, state Senate, state assembly, and state Board of Equalization districts so that the districts correctly reflect the state's population. In 2008, California voters authorized the creation of the commission when they passed the Voters First Act. It authorized the commission to draw the new district lines for state Senate, state assembly, and state Board of Equalization districts. In 2010, the Congressional Voters First Act added the responsibility of drawing congressional districts to the commission. The 14-member commission is made up of 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and 4 not affiliated with either of those 2 parties. The commission must draw the district lines in conformity with strict, nonpartisan rules designed to create districts of relatively equal population that will provide fair representation for all Californians. Today, the census redistricting data was released. When the official California redistricting database is available in late September, the commission will begin drawing maps using 6 line drawing criterion as outlined in the California Constitution. One of these is minimizing the division of counties, cities, neighborhoods, and communities of interest to the extent possible. We can obtain the city and county information from those jurisdictions, but we need the neighborhood and communities of interest information from Californians directly. That's why we have launched these communities of interest input sessions to get that valuable information from you directly. We encourage all Californians to participate in this process. If you would rather submit community of interest input over the internet, you can do so from our website or by visiting drawmycacommunity.org. Skip the line and go online. Now I will call on all commissioners to introduce themselves and to say hello. To see the biographies of all 14 commissioners, for additional information, or to sign up for our emails, please visit our website at wedrawthelinesca.org. Please also follow the California Citizens Redistricting Commission on social media. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube at wedrawthelinesca. There you will find a lot of useful information about redistricting and updates from the California Redistricting Commission. We will begin with my co-chair, Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Californians. My name is Derek Taylor, and although I am up north in Dixon, California, I am a native Southern California kid, born and raised in Los Angeles, raised in the San Gabriel Valley. LA County is definitely home. I look forward to all the inputs from our neighborhoods and anxiously await, especially given that we have census information, anxiously await all of your public input.
Thank you. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Hi, California. It's great to be back here in LA to listen to all of your communities of input. Born and raised in LA County, but now living in Orange County. So I did move south behind the orange curtain, but really looking forward to hearing from all of the different regions of of the LA area from the east side to the west side down to the South Bay and into Long Beach and the gateway cities. So please share. Looking forward to it. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Hello, California, and my name is Jane Anderson, and I'm coming to you from Berkeley, California, up north. Well, more in the middle of the country, but further north than Los Angeles. And I look forward to hearing from everyone in Los Angeles County and the surrounding areas who are going to be giving us their communities of interest and why their areas are as special as they are. I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Buenas tardes, California, especialmente los que viven en el condado de Los Ángeles. Soy Alicia Fernández del condado de Yolo, al norte, y estoy muy ansiosa por escuchar acerca de sus comunidades. Hello, California, and especially those that live in LA County. I'm Alicia Fernandez from Yolo County up north. I think I got it right this time. And I'm very excited to hear about your communities, and I will actually be visiting your area next week.
Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Ray Kennedy, joining this afternoon from Morongo Valley, one of the Joshua Tree Gateway communities in the desert of southern San Bernardino County. Looking forward to hearing what makes your area of Los Angeles County special to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Lamons. Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome everyone. Buenos tardes, Barev, salam alaikum. Welcome to all of our guests today. Looking forward to hearing more about your communities of interest. I proudly call LA County home for many years and look forward to hearing more about it.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you, Chair, and buenos dias, Los Angeles. Good afternoon, Los Angeles. My name is Pedro Toledo, and I'm from Petaluma, California, in wine country. I'm looking forward to hearing all about your communities this afternoon, and hoping to have a wonderful collaborative session today. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Sinai.
Chair. Buenas tardes, Los Angeles, y good afternoon, Los Angeles. I was raised in Los Angeles and went to college at UCLA, so it's nice to be home. And we look forward to hearing from you because the communities of interest is a critical part of redistricting. I know we got the census data today and a lot of people want to talk about that, but we want to hear from you because you're critical to this process.
Thank you. And Commissioner Yee.
Greetings, California. Greetings, LA County. I'm Russell Yee, here in my hometown of Oakland, California. And personal greetings to all my nieces and nephews, relatives, cousins down in LA County. Indeed, as Commissioner Sinai mentioned, today's a big day in the redistricting world because the 2020 census data dropped finally today. And so the numbers are out. And LA County, of course, is one of the most fascinating places demographically in the nation. So we'll be looking closely at those numbers. But what those numbers can't tell us is your communities of interest. And so that's what we're here to hear about today, as you call in and tell us about your places of, that you call home in LA County.
Thank you. And myself, Commissioner Ahmed, I'm very excited to continue to learn about the communities out there in LA County. And I look forward to having a very fruitful meeting today. So before we continue, could I please have our interpreters provide our language line numbers one more time? We'll start with the Spanish interpreter, would you please read the Spanish language line instructions?
Hello, this is the Spanish interpreter. Aquellos que desean escuchar la reunión en español, llame al 888-950-9566 e ingresen el número de la reunión 389-1010. De nuevo, ese número es 888-950-9566 e ingresen el número de la reunión 3891010 para aquellos que deseen escuchar la reunión en español. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have the Farsi interpreter read the Farsi language line instructions?
شنوندگان فارسی زبان لطف بکنید به شماره 1-800-369-1126 تماس بگیرید. برای شنیدن این جلسه به زبان فارسی شماره شناسه جلسه هست 91-02-554. بار دیگه این شماره هست 1-800-369-1126 و لطف بکنید که شماره شناسه پرونده رو درج بکنید 910-25-54 برای شنوندگان فارسی.
Thank you. Can I have the Armenian interpreter read the Armenian language line instructions?
Yes. Հայերեն ունկնդրողների եւ լսողների համար, որ ուզում են մասնակցեն այս միտինգին, դուք կարող եք զանգահարել 1-800-369-2118 համարով, ձեզնից ճանաչության կոդ կպահանջվի, դուք կսեղմեք 2-3-4-06-09 կոդի համար։ Իսկ եթե մենակ ուզում եք ունկնդրեք, լսեք միտինգի ասվածներին, կզանգահարեք 1-877-853-5247 նոմերով եւ երբ որ ճանաչության կոդը պահանջվեց, կսեղմեք 8-7-4-8-25-15-63 նոմերները, դրանից հետո երբ պահանջվեց կոդ, կսեղմեք ասխ 9 նոմերը։ Շնորհակալ եմ։ Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have the Khmer interpreter read the Khmer language line instructions?
Yes, Madam Chair. បងប្អូនណាចង់ស្ដាប់ភាសាខ្មែរសូមមេត្តាចុចលេខ 800-369-2095 ដើម្បីស្ដាប់ជាភាសាខ្មែរណាបងប្អូនណាហើយចុចលេខអត្តសញ្ញាណគេហៅថា ID 1957479 ម្ដងទៀតបងប្អូនលេខទូរស័ព្ទគឺលេខ 800-369-2095 ហើយសូមមេត្តាចុចលេខអត្តសញ្ញាណគេហៅថា ID ម្ដងទៀត 1957479 សម្រាប់ស្ដាប់ជាភាសាខ្មែរហើយបើបងប្អូនណាចង់ជួនយោបល់ជាសាធារណជនគេហៅថា public input ហ្នឹងសូមមេត្តាចុចលេខ 877-553-5247 ម្ដងទៀតបងប្អូនលេខទូរស័ព្ទ 877-553-5247 ហើយចុចលេខ 877-2525-1563 ដើម្បីជួនយោបល់ហើយចុចលេខគេហៅថា star 9 តារា 9 ហើយបើសិនបងប្អូនណាចង់ជួនយោបល់ជាភាសាខ្មែរគេមានអ្នកបកប្រែជាភាសាខ្មែរជូនណាបងប្អូនក៏ប៉ុន្តែសូមមេត្តាកុំដាក់ទូរស័ព្ទចុះបើដាក់គេយើងបាត់ហើយអញ្ចឹងសូមមេត្តាអរគុណ Thank you Madam Chair.
Thank you. And before we jump in, I just wanted to go over a few housekeeping items. This meeting is primarily for communities of interest testimony focused on LA County and surrounding areas. However, Anyone in California can call in to provide input. General public comment will take place at the end of the meeting. Although the Commission has divided up California into 11 zones, that is in no way related to or reflective of redistricting lines or boundaries. The Commission created the zones to assist commissioners and staff in their outreach efforts only, not as an indication of planned boundaries. Today, we are joined by our line drawing team, Haystack DNA, and Q2 Data and Research, who will be displaying a map of the area that attendees describe. Please start with the area you would like to discuss and be as specific as possible about the boundaries of where your community is located. It is our goal to find the area on the map you would like to discuss prior to your testimony. If you are within a specific neighborhood of a large city, please mention it by name. Once we are able to locate your area, your timer will begin. Attendees will not be able to share their screen. We are also joined by Katie, our comment moderator, who will be introducing attendees when it is their turn to speak. When you join the meeting, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the queue. If you have registered for a time slot, we encourage you to call in during your appointment time slot. When it is your turn to speak, Katie, our comment moderator, will be identifying you by your assigned unique ID number. You will be reconnected to the session with the ability to enable your own video and/or audio. Registration is not required to participate in this public input meeting. The public has the option of calling in during this meeting to get in the queue to speak. If you do not have an appointment and wish to call in to provide public input, the number is 877-853-5247. Again, that number to provide input is 877-853-5247. You will need to enter meeting ID number 873-4825-1563. This call-in information and access code is also listed on the live stream. You will need to dial this new number in order to give public input. If you will be using a Spanish, Farsi, Armenian, or Khmer interpreter to provide input, there will be a Spanish, Farsi, Armenian, or Khmer interpreter for you at this call-in number. The comment moderator will assign you a speaker order number before you begin speaking, and please make note of this for future reference. You will be able to use this number to identify your community of interest testimony on our website at a future date. The Commission will be enforcing a 3-minute time limit for English speakers and a 6-minute time limit for those with an interpreter. There will be a warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. At the beginning of your input, you will see a map on the screen. Please remind the mapper what area you would like to see on the screen and be as specific as possible about the boundaries of where your community is located. If at the conclusion of the meeting, there is still a need to allow for members of the public in the queue to speak, we will continue this community of interest input meeting at a new date and time, and will attempt to schedule the remaining members of the public to speak for the allotted 3 minutes. Please monitor the website as we expect to post a continuation of this agenda within 24 hours if needed. Next, I'll go over the Community of Interest tool. While there are no clear rules on how to define your community of interest, we've identified ways for you to describe your community. You can begin with your county or city, mention the street names and significant locations in your neighborhood to help us identify the parameters of your community. You can talk about what your shared interests are and what brings you together and what's important to your community. Are there nearby areas you want to be in a district with? Are there nearby areas you don't want to be in a district with? Why or why not? Has your community come together to advocate for important services, better schools, roads, or health centers in your neighborhood? We also invite you to use the Community of Interest tool to draw a map and describe your community. You can find the tool at drawmycacommunity.org. The tool is also available in 16 languages. Skip the line, go online. Submit your COI input today. We will now begin the public input session, and I will pass this over to Katie, our comment moderator. We will start with the people who are registered and then open the phone lines if there is time before the next session. If you are calling without an appointment, please don't hang up, as you will lose your place in line. Katie, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome to the public input session. Please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the queue. When it is your turn to speak, you will be identified by your signed unique ID number, which you were emailed yesterday. You will be reconnected to the session with the ability to enable your own video and/or audio. You will then be assigned a speaker order number before you begin speaking. Please make a note of your speaker order number for future reference. If you are calling without an appointment, please do not hang up, as you will lose your place in line. If you will be using an interpreter, please identify the language you speak as soon as you are connected. The Commission will be enforcing a 3-minute time limit for English speakers and a 6-minute time limit for those with an interpreter. There will be a warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. It is the Commission's goal to find the area on the map that you would like to discuss prior to your testimony. If you are within a specific neighborhood of a large city, please mention it by name. Once we are able to locate your area, your 3 or 6 minute testimony will begin. Attendees will not be able to share their screen. Right now we will have 015, and up next will be 001. And 015 has a request for a Spanish interpreter, so if the Spanish interpreter could make themselves available, as I will be promoting 015 right now.
Switch.
I see you, Margarita. One moment. Your speaker order number will be number 1, if you will please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Para el orador número 015, usted ahora puede activar, su número de orden de orador es el número 1. Si puede anotar ese número para su uso en el futuro, por favor. Ahora puede activar su audio y video que está en la parte inferior de la pantalla a mano izquierda. Si puede recordarle o avisarle, por favor, al cartógrafo de cuál área gustaría hablar. Y
Sí, muy
perdón, buenas tardes. Antes de que empiece, también le quiero dar instrucciones. Soy la intérprete. Cuando hable, por favor, diga de 2 a 3 frases a la vez y después le voy a interpretar esas 2 o 3 frases y luego puede seguir otras 2 o 3 frases y continuaremos de esa manera. Adelante.
Sí, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Elsie Rodriguez y yo estoy para que por favor quiero pues enfocarme en la ciudad o el área que es la ciudad El Monte, California. ¿Puedo ya seguir?
Hello, un momento, por favor. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Elsie Rodriguez, and I would like to focus on the area named El Monte, California, please. Adelante.
Muchas gracias a los comisionados. Mi nombre es Elsie Rodriguez. Soy parte del grupo I Heart El Monte de la organización SBCC y estamos en colaboración con el Fondo NALEO.
Thank you very much to the commissioners. I am part of I Heart El Monte, and which is part of SBCC as well, and part of the foundation NALEO. Yeah.
Estoy aquí para solicitar que la comisión mantenga unido el interés de nuestra comunidad. Y nuevamente les digo que el área que yo estoy interesada es la ciudad del Monte. Yo he sido residente de esta ciudad desde el año 2010 y me hice voluntaria el año 2019.
I would like to request that the commission please keep our community of interest in mind and keep it united. And again, I'm referring to the El Monte city, and I've been residing here since 2010, and I became a volunteer in 2019. Yeah.
El área, nuevamente que estoy interesada, disculpe que lo sigo repitiendo, es el monte y también el sur del monte. Tenemos muchas características de interés común como comunidad y algunos de los ejemplos son el Monte Aquatic Center, que está ubicado en la calle Mildred Street, esta esquina con la calle Tyler Avenue, donde nuestros hijos pueden aprender a nadar.
And the area I'm referring to is El Monte and South El Monte. And I believe the interpreter may have missed South El Monte earlier. El Monte, South El Monte, which are the communities of interest. And one of the areas I'd like to speak about is the El Monte Aquatic Center, which is on the corner or by the streets of Mildred and Tyler Avenue, which our community uses. Adelante.
Tenemos otra área que se llama el Parks and Recreation en el sur del monte. Esto está en la calle Santa Anita Avenue. Este lugar es donde encontramos diferentes recursos de utilidad para la comunidad. También tenemos el Monte Historical Museum, bibliotecas, el Senior Center, escuelas, SWAT meets y muchísimos más.
We also have the Parks and Recreation area in South El Monte, and which is on Santa Anita Avenue, which provides lots of resources that we access. We also have the El Monte Historic Center, the high schools, the educational centers. Disculpe, aparte de las escuelas, ¿qué otros lugares mencionó?
Mencioné SWAT meets, porque también tenemos algo que se llama el Valley Mall. Perdón, bueno, son SWAT meets, diferentes SWAT meets. Me gustaría también agregarlos porque son parte de nuestra comunidad.
And also SWAT meets, which we have the Valley Mall, but we have different SWAT meets available. And I mention those because they're also our communities.
Nuestro idioma es español. Es lo que más predomina en esta ciudad del monte y sur del monte. Y me gustaría pues que la comisión mantenga a mi comunidad unida porque usamos los mismos parques, bibliotecas, rutas de transporte y también enfrentamos los mismos cuidados de familia, que por eso necesitamos que tengamos esta comunidad bien unida y que se pueda poner eso también en consideración a los comisionados. Muchísimas gracias.
And so our language is the Spanish language in El Monte and South El Monte. And so I would like for the commissioners, and we would like for the commissioners to keep our communities united, because we share parks, libraries, transportation routes, and we take care of our families. And so we need for the commissioners to consider keeping our communities united.
Si todavía tengo un poquito de tiempo, ¿me puede decir?
Do I still have some time left? Can you let me know, or is time up?
Minute left.
Un minuto. Le queda un minuto.
Oh, tengo un minuto. Bueno, entonces en ese minuto, por favor, si les puede expresar que nuestra comunidad es muy diferente a otras comunidades vecinas, puesto que otras comunidades, tal vez el idioma que predomina es el inglés y tienen muchísimo más ingresos, tal vez más recursos, y nosotros por eso les pedimos a los comisionados que consideren también todo eso, porque en nuestra comunidad sí necesitamos que nos den ese apoyo para que tengamos más recursos. Gracias, muchas gracias les doy, muchas gracias, comisionados.
Okay, so since I have that minute left, I would like to please express that I'd like to say that our communities are different to our surrounding communities that are our neighbors, because some of those communities are mainly English speakers. They have greater amounts of resources and funding or money. And so we would like for the commissioners to keep that in mind and consider that when looking at our communities, because we have great needs in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Right now we will have 001, and up next will be 005. 001, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be number 2. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yeah, my name is Stuart Walden. I am calling in regards to the San Fernando Valley.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Stuart Waldman. I am from VICA, the Valley Industry and Commerce Association. I'm also representing the San Fernando Valley Redistricting Coalition, made up of neighborhood councils, homeowners and residents groups, and business groups. I'm calling today about the San Fernando Valley. The San Fernando Valley is a geographical area roughly bounded by the Santa Susana Mountains to the north and west, Mulholland Drive to the south, and the San Gabriel Mountains to the east. It lies wholly within Los Angeles County and includes the cities of Calabasas, Burbank, Glendale, San Fernando, as well as 42% of the city of Los Angeles. The San Fernando Valley was formerly known as America's suburb. However, now it is an economically vibrant and ethnically diverse community that's the heart of Los Angeles. In fact, if the San Fernando Valley region were its own city, it would be the 5th largest city in America. The residents of this community come from across the globe and work in myriad industries, but hold a common identity as part of the San Fernando Valley community. We have unique needs that are distinct from those of the southern portions of Los Angeles County and downtown LA. The Valley needs districts that will truly represent our interests. Recognition of the Valley's individuality is far from new. The Los Angeles Unified School District, the Los Angeles Police Department, and the Census Bureau already divide the Valley into its own block. Over 400 nonprofit groups recognize the Valley's regional individuality and distinguish our communities and cities from the southern city of Los Angeles. The coalition supports the creation of districts that will maximize the connection that legislators have with the San Fernando Valley. To ensure full and adequate representation for the San Fernando Valley, we support San Fernando Valley only districts. If it is necessary to merge one Valley seat with areas outside of the Valley, The preference is to have a minimum of 50% of that district within the San Fernando Valley. We would also request that none of our districts go south of Mulholland Drive into the west side. If you must move Valley districts into another area, we would request that they move north into Santa Clarita, east into the San Gabriel Valley, or west into Ventura County, but never south. Additionally, the City of Los Angeles is made up of geographically designated communities. These communities within the city are not always recognized, and their interests are not always preserved. In the San Fernando Valley alone, there are 34 communities.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 005, and up next will be 003. 005, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be number 3. If you will please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
I'm in the Antelope Valley, Palmdale, Lancaster. My name is Marjorie Hazlitt. Am I on? Yeah, okay, I see the screen moving. Okay. I've lived here since 1981. Many of people from the Antelope Valley, well, in the late 80s, and then again around 2005 to 2010, we've had a couple major housing booms where many people from LA area bought houses up here to have affordable housing. And then there's a great commuter population that goes down to LA. Currently, our Congressional District 25 includes Santa Clarita and Simi Valley. I would like to keep that. So you were talking about being not trying to be divisive. Well, several areas of the Lancaster and Quartz Hill, you can see that green line up at the top. That is in the Kern County district. That area is not District 25. And I'd like to include that area to get it back, that area back into District 25. Quartz Hill, parts of Lancaster. I know people in Lancaster, some are in 25 and then some are in 23. It's all a high desert area. The commissioner from San Bernardino understands desert community life. It's harsh climate, sensitive climate. I'd like to include Quartz Hill and parts of Lancaster. Go up to the Kern County line, because that part where that green line is and there's that red line at the top, that's where Kern County is. I'd like to get that part there back into District 25. That is actually Avenue A. Okay, that would be, there's a major highway that goes through, Highway 138. Okay, that's further down. Right now, a lot of that over towards the right hand. Anyhow, parts of that top part are still in the other district, and that's still LA County. You wanted to make it not so divisive. That whole area up to where that red line is needs to be, I think, part of District 25 again, because we're all the same community. People share the same. There's farming, airspace industry. It's a diverse community. We've had a lot of commuter people living up here, people that have lived here for their families or have established here. So it's diverse that way, but the desert community provides unique opportunities that people down in LA don't understand because of our high elevation and our climate is just harsh. We have the Antelope Valley, California State Park Poppy Reserve up here. We also have the Indian Museum, which is also part of the state parks. So people come up here for certain reasons, but we've got the aircraft. So thank you for your time. Please put us back into this whole area into 25. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 003, and up next will be 024. 003, I will be promoting you now. 003, your speaker order number will be number 4. If you will please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yes, I'd like to discuss the San Fernando Valley.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Sure. Thank you for this opportunity, commissioners. My name is Giancarlo Rubio. I'm with the Valley Industry and Commerce Association and the San Fernando Valley Redistricting Coalition. As you are well aware, unique communities of interest are required to be respected when crafting state legislative and congressional districts. The San Fernando Valley includes two major distinct communities of interest that far too long have been assumed to share common interests with ethnically similar areas outside of the valley. High density populations of Latino minority voters in the cities of San Fernando and North Hollywood, as well as the communities of Pacoima, Arleta, and Reseda, represent one such distinctive community of interest currently included with the surrounding populations to the east in the San Gabriel Valley and north in Ventura County that share little ethnic and social connections with Valley Latinos. Additionally, large Anglo populations in the communities of Woodland Hills, West Hills, Encino, Tarzana, Sherman Oaks, Studio City, Toluca Lake, and the cities of Calabasas, Hidden Hills, and Burbank also maintain their own valley-specific ties and concerns that are inconsistent with those of the West City of Los Angeles communities and cities of Beverly Hills, West Hollywood, and Santa Monica. Despite steady growth in valley communities of interest, political interests have historically determined legislative districts without regard or respect for those ethnic or social identities. I simply ask that you distinct social, economic, and environmental interests of the San Fernando Valley no longer be clumped into West LA and Ventura County districts. These more common communities deserve to have their own interests represented. Thank you for bringing about the changes necessary to ensure the right to proper representation for Valley communities is finally upheld. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 024, and up next will be 016. 024, I will be promoting you now. (024), your speaker order number will be number 5. If you will please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'll be speaking about Long Beach. Okay, thank you. My name is Shannon. I'm with the Long Beach Convention and Visitors Bureau. It's been it's really important for us to keep Long Beach together. That's the way we are now, and it's been working really well for us as a community. Long Beach is an amazing community. We do so many things together, especially during COVID, where we weren't able to host conventions in our convention center, but we were able to repurpose the space and use our talented employees to support the community. While we were shut down, we took the time to build a virtual production studio. We were able to help many organizations in the city with that. We have a very intricate virtual meeting and collaborations tool. It's made it possible to have things like breakout rooms, virtual studios, and other things to bridge the gap. And in January, we repurposed ourselves again as the community's vaccination center, which we were really proud of. 74% of our city is now vaccinated against COVID-19, and many of those vaccinations happened right here in downtown Long Beach at our convention center, with the support of the city's health department, fire department, the governor, state, and federal partners. I cannot overstate how closely it is that we all work together in this city, and our vaccination effort was one of the very big examples of that. It's been one of the most impactful things I've been able to do with the Long Beach Convention Center, and really only possible because of the amazing collaboration that we have with our city, community, business, and nonprofit partners. Now that the city is shifting to mobile vaccination clinics, our convention center is pivoting once again, and we're expecting business in the next month and year and a half to be really strong. And we are looking to welcome conventions back in our city, continuing to do the work to support the community. On redistricting, please continue to keep Long Beach together so that we can continue these amazing and impactful collaborations throughout our community and continue to build. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right now we will have 016, and up next will be 002. 016, I will be promoting you now. 016, your speaker order number will be number 6, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
I will also be speaking about Long Beach.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Trace Camacho. I'm a homeowner who lives in Long Beach, as well as I have the opportunity to work in student services at California State University, Long Beach. And I want to advocate for keeping Long Beach together as we currently are in the current redistricting process. I heard all the commissioners mention how excited they were to have census data released today. And I wanted to speak about one community that is left out of the census data, and that community of interest is the LGBT community. As a member of the LGBT community, whose profession has led me all over the country, I am very happy that I finally now get to call Long Beach home for having such a strong and welcoming queer community, as well as representatives at all levels who advocate on behalf of my community. Equity California has identified Long Beach as one of the most densely populated areas for LGBT individuals. And even today, if you took note, there was a New York Times article talking about how LGBT communities are an important community of interest to consider in the redistricting process. Keeping Long Beach together is vital not only to advocate for the city of Long Beach, but our diverse communities within it. That is why I advocate today for you to keep Long Beach together and help support my community of interest within the city of Long Beach, the LGBT community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 002, and up next will be 004. 002, I will be promoting you now. 002, your speaker order number will be number 7, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm calling regarding the San Fernando Valley.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Perfect. My name is Kayla, and I'm calling with the Valley Industry and Commerce Association and the San Fernando Valley Redistricting Coalition. The Voters First Act calls for all districts to be designed as geographically contiguous and respectful of political boundaries. The San Fernando Valley is exactly such an area. The distinct cities of Burbank, Calabasas, Glendale, Hidden Hills, and San Fernando must be respected as unique communities that share only one common identity, the San Fernando Valley residency. The communities in the cities of the Valley must be kept together as compact and contiguous districts that recognize geographic features and natural boundaries. The San Fernando Valley is a thriving community of over 40,000 businesses, ranging in size from small storefronts to multi-million-dollar corporations. Too often, our commercial interests have fallen victim to the whims of surrounding areas. Although we share economic ties with the city of LA, the business community of the Valley maintains distinctly different interests due to operations across 5 different Valley cities: San Fernando, Calabasas, Hidden Hills, Burbank, and Glendale. The city of Los Angeles is made up of geographically designated communities. These communities within the city are not always recognized and their interests are not always preserved. In the San Fernando Valley alone, there are 34 communities, and we urge the Commission to purchase those legally recognized boundaries for inclusion in the mapping software to keep consistent with the county and the city of Los Angeles. And while we appreciate the neighborhood councils in Los Angeles, their lines are self-drawn, divide communities, and are often disputed. All recognized communities should be kept together as part of compact and contiguous districts, which shall recognize geographic features and natural boundaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 004. Up next will be 011. 004, I will be promoting you now. 004, your speaker order number is number 8. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
I will be speaking about the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable commissioners. My name is Mackenzie, and I'm speaking on behalf of the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. The city is located on the Palos Verdes Peninsula, adjacent to the peninsula cities of Palos Verdes Estates, Rolling Hills, and Rolling Hills Estates. The peninsula cities share a school district, library district, local transit authority, land conservancy, and frequently work together on areas of mutual interest. The cities of Rancho Palos Verdes, Rolling Hills, and Rolling Hills Estates additionally share a regional contract with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. The city of Rancho Palos Verdes has also been intimately tied to the coastal cities and communities of the South Bay region, including the peninsula cities, Torrance, Redondo Beach, Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, and El Segundo. The city shares with its northerly South Bay neighbors a dependence upon a common transportation network for access to the rest of the Los Angeles region and shares many economic and cultural factors. Additionally, the city actively participates with the South Bay Cities Council of Governments. Following the 2010 census, the city was realigned with the northern coastal cities and communities of the South Bay, located generally west of the 110 and 405 freeways and south of LAX. We have appreciated the common representation these districts have provided and would request that the city continue to be districted with the other cities on the Palos Verdes Peninsula and with the South Bay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 011. Up next will be 019. 011, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be number 9. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll
good afternoon.
Oh, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Long Beach is the city in which I'm talking about today. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Robert Duarte, and I'm a resident of Long Beach and also a commissioner on the Airport Advisory Board. And I'm here today to ask that during this redistricting process that Long Beach maintains in its current legislative makeup and that the district lines remain the same for another decade. A decade ago, the Long Beach community had to fight to keep our city together as possible, and it worked. And today, many of our fellow community members are doing the same, and I'd like to add my voice to that. A large majority of Long Beach is currently in our main congressional, state Senate, and state assembly districts, and I hope that we can keep it that way. Representatives that know all of Long Beach best serve our diverse needs and our much intertwined communities. Because of the way our district lines are drawn, our communities have been able to work with our policymakers to advocate for the betterment of Long Beach and its interests. To split Long Beach up now would be a great disservice and put many of our already disadvantaged communities at a further disadvantage. I ask that you please support the collaborative partnerships that we have built and let us continue this work together to best serve Long Beach. Our city's strength is that we are a diverse minority city where our elected leaders reflect us, and having elected leaders from Long Beach is the best way to reflect our community. I thank you for your time today, and I ask that you listen to my fellow Long Beach residents who value the way our district lines are now drawn. Please keep Long Beach together, and it is about our civic unity and identity. Thank you all for your service as commissioners.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 019. Up next will be 017. 019, I will be promoting you now. your speaker order number is number 10. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yes, Long Beach. Hi, my name is Mary Ellen Mitchell, and I am a homeowner in the city of Long Beach, as well as I am the executive director of Women's Shelter of Long Beach. Women's Shelter of Long Beach provides supportive services to survivors of domestic violence and has been serving the victims of domestic violence and their children for almost 45 years now. Our mission is to eliminate domestic violence through compassionate intervention, education, and personal empowerment. In our 45 years, we have helped thousands of families overcome the trauma caused by domestic abuse. And in fact, we reached in excess of 3,200 people and provided over 24,000 services last fiscal year, even during the pandemic. These victims come from every neighborhood and demographic that exists in Long Beach and surrounding cities. And we do not do this work alone. Here in the city of Long Beach, Women's Shelter of Long Beach is fortunate enough to be part of a strong network of nonprofit providers, all working together to support each other, support those we serve, and to support our city. We work closely with all city departments and especially with the Long Beach Police Department and Fire Department to ensure the safety and support of the many victims of domestic violence who we serve. Every year during the holidays, Women's Shelter works closely with our local fire department to ensure that the families who are staying at our shelters and those who receive services through our resource center are given every opportunity to have a joyous holiday season. These are the people who are often at one of the most vulnerable points in their lives, and every ounce of kindness goes a long way for them, and this is important. We greatly appreciate the toys and unwrapped gifts that are donated through the Spark of Love toy drive that benefits our families during this time. Over the years, I've had the opportunity to work collaborative with many organizations across Long Beach on behalf of the Women's Shelter. By being a part of the community that is at the core of our main congressional, state Senate, and state assembly districts, our city has been able to build relationships and find synergy across each level of government. We have been well served over the years. As this commission considers new district lines across California, we ask that you please continue to keep Long Beach together in federal and state legislative districts as it should be. We would truly appreciate the ability to build upon the collaborations and partnerships that we currently have in place. I thank you for your time and your service on this commission.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 017. Up next will be 021. 017, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be number 11. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Osman Troyer, and I am speaking about the city of Long Beach.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As I mentioned, my name is Osman Troyer, and I'm a lifelong resident of the Long Beach community. My family actually has lived in Long Beach nearly most of their lives. My grandparents moved from Arkansas, from Louisiana to make a home in Long Beach. My parents and my siblings and cousins have all grown up in Long Beach, attended Long Beach Poly High School and Long Beach State University. And currently I live in the Wrigley area. So Long Beach for me has always been home. And in addition to living in Long Beach, I also serve on the Long Beach Economic Development Commission as a commissioner. And so as one of the other speakers had noted, I think 10 years ago, Long Beach of an independent redistricting commission when they did this work for the city not too long ago and saw incredible benefits as it relates to the community and keeping the community together. I love my city and everything it has to offer, from its incredible education system to downtown to our many diverse neighborhoods. And furthermore, as a member of the LGBT community, Long Beach has been an extremely welcoming city for me and my partner. As one of the previous speakers had noted, Equality California has identified Long Beach as one of the most dense gay communities in the state, with a high concentration of LGBTQ businesses and people. And it's critical we continue to keep our queer community voices together and strong. All across our shoreline in Long Beach and in downtown, we have businesses that represent both our community's needs and interests. And so Long Beach is a place that has something for everyone. I'm calling on the commission today to keep the city of Long Beach together, as the previous redistricting commission has done for us, so that we can keep our unique culture and identity as a queer-friendly city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 021, and up next will be 023. 021, I will be promoting you now. 021, your speaker order number will be number 12. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'll be speaking on the city of Long Beach.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Justin Lawson, and I'm a resident of the Wrigley neighborhood here in Long Beach. I grew up in a neighboring community and first moved to the city to attend Cal State Long Beach in 2008. After graduation, my partner and I spent a few years on the East Coast for work, and when we decided where we wanted to move back, to California, we knew Long Beach was the place we wanted to settle and make our home. There's much to love about our city. It's welcoming, diverse, and focused on community. Long Beach is a place for everyone, especially for those who identify as LGBTQ+. You might have seen the recent New York Times article released that highlighted this important community of interest. Equality California has also identified Long Beach as one of the most populous communities in the state, with a concentration of LGBTQ+ culture, business, and residents. And I've always felt welcomed. From our downtown to the east side, we have businesses that represent our community's needs and interests. And I support keeping the city of Long Beach in much of the same districts when the lines are redrawn. Long Beach is both a diverse community and one that is closely knit. Its incredible sense of place makes me proud to call it home. I ask the commission today to keep Long Beach together, as the previous redistricting commission has done for us, so we can keep our unique culture and identity intact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 023, and up next will be 018. 023, I will be promoting you now. 023, your speaker order number will be number 13. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Hello, I would like to talk about Long Beach, please.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Lori Elgayar, and I am with the Long Beach Convention Center and Visitors Bureau. I am part of a team that gets to talk about all the great things that happen in Long Beach to attract more businesses, conventions, and visitors to our city. And there's always something happening in Long Beach. Before COVID, the Long Beach hospitality and tourism industry supported over 18,000 jobs, 15,000 of which were made possible by direct visitor spending, 1,600 by indirect spending, and 2,000 by induced spending, which is spending by individuals or households caused by increased earnings linked to the direct and indirect spending. The total labor income generated by the industry was $687 million in 2018. Also, an independent analysis of our tourism industry found that the industry generated an estimated $1.8 billion in total economic impact in the city last year. While the past year was hard for everyone, we are making a comeback. And again, because of our close collaboration with our local, state, and federal elected officials, we've been able to secure PPP loans, preserve jobs, and keep the building operational. This all enabled us to be ready to help when the call came to turn our convention center into a temporary shelter for migrant children. We were incredibly proud to support this work. all of which would not be possible if not for the amazing collaboration that we have with our city, community, business, and nonprofit partners. The level of coordination between our community and state and federal elected officials have only served to benefit our local workforce, economy, and businesses. We ask that you support Long Beach and the collaboration we've been able to foster by keeping a large majority of our city together through this redistricting process. As a Visitors Bureau, we market all of Long Beach, and we ask that you please don't break up our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now, it'll be 018, and up next will be 014. 018, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be, will be 14. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Long Beach, please.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Eric Verduzco Vega, and I have been a Long Beach resident for more than 25 years. I'm the past president and CEO of the South Bay Latino Chamber of Commerce. I have the honor of serving as a commissioner for the city of Long Beach and also as a commissioner for the county of Los Angeles. And I'm very proud to be able to employ more than 30 men and women through several businesses that my wife and I own in Long Beach. I came to speak today in strong support of keeping Long Beach together in a congressional, state assembly, and state senate district, very similar to the work that was done by the previous independent redistricting commission. My family and I believe that doing so will preserve the geographic and the demographic integrity of our city. It will allow our unique strengths as a city, particularly with our Latino business community, to contribute to the continued success of California. Our largest Latino organizations like Centro Cha and Latinos in Action want to ensure that you don't break up our city. For the past 2 redistricting cycles, the city has been largely kept intact, with a vast majority of Long Beach represented by predominant seats. With nearly 500,000 residents, Long Beach is the second most populous city in Los Angeles County and the 7th in California. And it's home to one of the state's most diverse communities. To ensure that our community remains an economic engine for the state and to keep our robust community thriving, I ask that the commission draw final lines that keep most of Long Beach intact in single districts. Thank you so much, commissioners.
Thank you so much. Right now, we'll have 014, and up next will be 022. 014, I will be promoting you now. 014, your speaker order number will be number 15, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. City of Long Beach, please.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Alvaro Castillo, and I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Long Beach. And I'm here to speak on behalf of keeping Long Beach unified in the upcoming redistricting. As other speakers have noted, Long Beach is a very diverse community, and I can attest to that diversity. Since moving here in the late 1970s, immigrating here from Nicaragua, my family has made Long Beach our home, and I plan to do the same for my own children. I have 2 kids in the Long Beach Unified School District. I'm a product of the city of Long Beach, both through the school district and Long Beach State University. I've also served in various capacities and continue to help my community in Long Beach by serving in the Community Development Commission, the Airport Commission, Police Commission, and other areas to, again, help contribute to the city's well-being. The redistricting process is one of those things that I feel very strongly about. Most importantly, because we have so many things of interest. We have our own health department, we have an airport that supports the region, a vibrant downtown, and a lot of very unique sub-communities within the city that are very well served by having a unified leadership at the state and federal level to bring resources to our city. And fortunately, because of those things, we've benefited over the last decade. And I still remember being a teenager having to request services from our representatives that were in far north of us and far east of us that I guarantee you did not represent the interest that I hold. So I continue to hope that the commission will continue to keep that momentum going, so that the next 10 years we can continue to make progress, and that the elected leadership can continue to represent our city collectively. And again, the diversity in the city of Long Beach, not only the Latino community, but all the communities. I'm a graduate of Long Beach Poly High School, where I call that the melting pot of America in one small 5,000 populations high school, where you have folks from all socioeconomic backgrounds, Southeast Asia, all over the U.S. and various languages and communities as well. So I hope that you will continue to honor that and keep our lines together. Lastly, the efforts that the city makes in terms of its services and all the things that we have, again, with the health department, things especially in this last year, proved beneficial. So I hope you continue to honor that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 022, and up next will be 010. 022, I will be promoting you now. 022, your speaker order number is number 16. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Long Beach, please.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Stella, and I'm calling today to respectfully request that the commission keep Long Beach together in our congressional, state Senate, and state assembly districts. I've been an active member of the Long Beach community for 30 plus years. I'm a proud environmentalist. I'm a member of our LGBTQ community and a strong advocate for equity and representation. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me and to my fellow Long Beach community members speak out about keeping Long Beach together during the redistricting process. This is very important to the work that we're doing and the progress that we've been able to make in our community. We have a vital LGBT community represented by its own LGBTQ center and a number of related community support organizations that the city depends on. We have numerous sustainability and climate change organizations that are critical to creating a sustainable and equitable agenda and action plan for the city. We have a vibrant green port that provides thousands of workforce opportunities to local residents. And we have one of the largest Cambodian communities in the country. With close to 500,000 residents currently living in Long Beach, it is critical that the city be kept together to ensure that we are effectively supported by the current congressional, state Senate, and state assembly districts. Adding more area to these districts might complicate and slow down our efforts to create a more resilient and equitable city for all. Long Beach has incredible potential from an equity and sustainability standpoint. We have many organizations, nonprofits, community organizations, schools, and city council and the mayor that work very closely to engage our communities, to keep them involved, and to bring constant change to the city of Long Beach. Thank you so much for your service, commissioners, and I respectfully request that you keep the city of Long Beach together as far as our congressional, state Senate, and state assembly districts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 010, and up next will be 012. 010, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be number 17. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yes, I am here to discuss Long Beach, first one, right? The area specifically around Cal State Long Beach is known as Los Altos.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Sure. My name is Justin Morgan. I am the former CPCC commissioner. I was also head of the community outreach for that commission. I served on a couple of boards for my child's school and school district as well. My family's actually lived in Los Angeles County since 1850. My great grandfather was chief counsel for DWP in LA. My grandmother and mom both grew up on the West Side and went to UCLA and among other schools. So I'm pretty well versed in the area. I went to Cal State Long Beach myself. What I do right now is I own a fintech company, and it was started in Long Beach by Long Beach people. It's getting some real attention. I really think my story is a little bit more personal. I really think Long Beach is just an amazing community. It's one of my favorite cities in the entire United States. I've traveled all over. And one of the unique things about Long Beach to me is its history. I live in a house in Los Altos, as we spoke, and it was built in 1947 by the same craftsmen that McDonnell Douglas hired after World War II. And when we were remodeling my house last winter, we pulled it apart and we actually found the old blueprints that were written by hand inside of the wall. And it's a story that doesn't have a lot of meaning except to say that Long Beach is just its very own unique community. It had the Spruce Goose. It housed the Queen Mary. It just has a lot of history and a lot of culture. It's just a unique place, and all of the other commissioners and speakers before me have spoken to it much better than I have. But I really mean it. I couldn't live anywhere in Los Angeles County. I can go to the West Side if I want to, and I chose to live here. I chose to raise my son here, and I chose to start my business here. And I really believe that Long Beach should stay strong and independent. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 012 and right now we will have 012. I'll be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be number 18. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hello, I'm speaking about the city of Long Beach. Good afternoon, my name is Milton Arcos. As a member of the Latino community, longtime resident of Long Beach, small business owner in Long Beach, and parent to students enrolled in the Long Beach Unified School System, I asked the Commission to largely maintain the current district lines for federal and state representation for Long Beach. The way the maps have been for the last 10 years has been beneficial for maintaining Long Beach's strong sense of community and connectivity to our elected officials. If the district lines were to change too much and split Long Beach up between our elected officials, this would change the way in which we'd be able to interact with our Congress and state elected officials. By keeping Long Beach together, we hope to be able to build upon existing community partnerships that have formed with our elected officials and also with various organizations within the Long Beach community. If there's been a silver lining to the COVID-19 pandemic, it's been seeing these community groups come out to support one another, whether it be through hosting food drives, getting the word out about mobile vaccination clinics, or just translating for one another, because there's been so much information that's been distributed so quickly about a topic that is important to all of us, and that's public health. Keeping Long Beach together through the redistricting process is important to my neighbors, my family, and me. Please don't break us up. Thank you for your time, and thank you for keeping Long Beach together.
Thank you to all of our speakers so far. We are certainly excited to continue to hear your input. However, at this time, we will be taking a break to allow some rest time for our ASL interpreters as well as our other language interpreters. So we'll take a 15-minute break and reconvene here at 4:45 p.m. Please don't lose your spot in line. We will get to you as soon as we get back from break. Thank you, everyone. Let's be back at 4:45. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission Community of Interest Input Meeting. We also encourage you to visit the Community of Interest tool to draw a map and describe your community by visiting drawmycacommunity.org. For anyone who has joined us recently, we are offering language lines for Spanish, Farsi, Khmer, and Armenian language speakers to listen to the meeting in their native language, and a separate line for those who wish to provide public comment or public input. And now I would like to call on each of our interpreters to provide our language line numbers and the information to provide public input before we jump back into public input from our callers. Let's start with Spanish. Would the Spanish interpreter please read the site translation of full call-in instructions?
Yes, this is the Spanish interpreter. La intérprete de español va a leer las instrucciones para la llamada. Para los hispanohablantes escuchando, por favor, marquen al 888-950-9566 para poder escuchar la reunión en español e ingresar el número de identificación para la reunión, el 389-1010. De nuevo, ese número de teléfono es el 888-950-9566 y por favor ingrese el número de identificación para la reunión, que es el 389-1010 para los hispanohablantes escuchando. Si usted desea llamar para dar aportaciones públicas, el número de teléfono es el 877-853-5247. De nuevo, el número de teléfono para dar sus comentarios es el 877-853-5247. Usted va a necesitar ingresar el número 873-4825-1563. Si usted necesita marcar el número de teléfono nuevo para poder ingresar y dar aportaciones públicas. Si usted va a necesitar el servicio de algún intérprete, por favor, provea esa información. Habrá un intérprete disponible para usted cuando usted marque el número de teléfono para hablar. Si usted está llamando para hablar, por favor, no cuelgue, si no usted va a perder su lugar en la fila. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, may I please ask the Farsi interpreter to please read the site translation of full call-in instructions?
Certainly. شنوندگان فارسی زبان لطفاً با شماره 1-800-369-11-26 تماس بگیرن که بتونن که این جلسه رو به زبان فارسی گوش بکنن و از شناسه جلسه میتینگ آیدی 910-25-54 استفاده بکنن. و بار دیگه میگم این شماره هست 1-800-369-11-26 و شناسه جلسه هست 910-25-54 برای شنوندگان فارسی زبان. اگر که خواهان اون هستین که تماس بگیرین که نظر خودتون رو به صورت عمومی در میون بگذارین، شماره هست 877-853-5247. بار دیگه این شماره هست برای ارائه نظرات 877-853-5247. شما بایستی که با این شماره که میگم رو بزنید 873 48 25 15 63 برای اینکه نشون بدین که میخواین که نظر رو به صورت عمومی ارائه بکنید. ستاره 9 رو واسه بزنید. شما بایستی که این شماره جدید رو بگیرین برای اینکه بتونید نظرتون رو به صورت عمومی ارائه بفرمایید. اگر که میخواین که استفاده بکنید از یک مترجم برای ارائه نظراتتون، یک مترجمی به شما در این خط داده میشه. اگر که دارین تماس میگیرین که صحبت بکنین، لطفاً قطع نکنین، چون که اون موقع خود جایگاهتون رو در صف از دست خواهید داد.
Thank you. And now may I please ask the Armenian language interpreter to please translate the site translation of full call-in instructions. Again, that's the Armenian translator. Would you please read the site translation of full call-in instructions?
Yes, I guess I was muted. Հայրեն լեզվի ունկնդիրներ, խնդրում ենք զանգահարեք 800-369-2118 համարով, որպեսզի լսեք ժողովը հայրեն լեզվով, եւ դրանից հետո պետք է մտցնեք ժողովի համարը 769-3364։ Կրկնում ենք համարը 800-369-2118, դրանից հետո ժողովի համարը 769-3364, միայն հայերեն լեզվով ունկնդիրների համար։ Եթե ցանկություն կունենաք ձեր կարծիքը հայտնելու, այդ պարագայում պետք է զանգահարեք 877-853-5247 համարով։ Կրկնում ենք, համարն է, կարծիքը հայտնելու համար 877-853-5247։ Դրանից հետո պետք է նաև մտցնեք 873-482-15-15-63 համարները։ Եթե նաև ցանկություն կունենաք խոսքով հանդիսանալ, պետք է նաև սեղմեք աստղ 9։ Այդ պարագայում նաև պետք է այդ ժամանակ կարող եք ձեր կարծիքը հայտնել ժողովի ժամանակ։ Եթե ցանկություն կունենաք օգտագործել թարգմանիչ ձեզ կտրամադրվի այդ համարով զանգելի պարագայով։ Եթե զանգեք խոսելու համար, խնդրում ենք հեռախոսը չկախեք, քանի որ այդպիսով դուք կկորցնեք ձեր հերթը խոսելու համար։ Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now may I ask the Khmer interpreter to please read the site translation of full call-in instructions.
Hello, បងប្អូនខ្មែរបើសិនណាបងប្អូនណាចង់ស្ដាប់ភាសាខ្មែរសូមមេត្តាទូរស័ព្ទទៅលេខ800-369-2095 ដើម្បីលើភាសាខ្មែរនៅក្នុងអង្គប្រជុំរបស់យើងហើយដាក់ID លេខ ID ទៅលេខអត្តសញ្ញាណ 1957479 ម្ដងទៀតណាបងប្អូនណាលេខគឺ 800-369-2095 ហើយសូមមេត្តាដាក់លេខសម្រាប់អង្គប្រជុំនេះលេខ ID អត្តសញ្ញាណ 1957479 សម្រាប់ស្ដាប់ភាសាខ្មែរហើយបើសិនបងប្អូនណាចង់ជួនយោបល់ជាសាធារណជនជួនមតិសូមមេត្តាចុចលេខ 877-858-5247 ម្ដងទៀតបងប្អូនណាលេខគឺ 877-858-5247 ហើយសូមមេត្តាចុចលេខបន្ថែមទៀតគឺលេខ 873-4825-1563 ហើយសូមមេត្តាដាក់លេខតារា 9 star 9 តារា 9 ទៅហើយបើបងប្អូនណាចង់ជួនយោបល់មតិជាសាធារណៈសម្រាប់ជាភាសាខ្មែរពួកយើងមានអ្នកបកប្រែជួយបងប្អូនហើយបើសិនថាសូមមេត្តាកុំដាក់ទូរស័ព្ទចុះបើដាក់ទូរស័ព្ទចុះលេខនឹងដាច់ហើយអរគុណ
Thank you. And now I will pass this over to Katie, our comment moderator, to continue with public input.
Thank you so much, Chair. Welcome to the public input session. Please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the queue. When it is your turn to speak...
I think you're on mute, Katie.
You can't hear me? One moment. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Welcome to the public input session. Please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the queue. When it is your turn to speak, you will be identified by your assigned unique ID number, which you were emailed yesterday. You will be reconnected to the session with the ability to enable your own video and/or audio. You will then be assigned a speaker order number before you begin speaking. Please make a note of your speaker order number for future reference. If you are calling without an appointment number, please do not hang up, as you will lose your place in line. If you will be using an interpreter, please identify the language you speak as soon as you are connected. The Commission will be enforcing a 3-minute time limit for English speakers and a 6-minute time limit for those with an interpreter. There will be a warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. It is the Commission's goal to find the area on the map you would like to discuss prior to your testimony. If you are within a specific neighborhood of a large city, please mention it by name. Once we are able to locate your area, your 3 or 6 minute testimony will begin. Attendees will not be able to share their screen. Right now will be 008, and up next will be 007. 008, I will be promoting you now. 008, your speaker order number will be number 19, if you will please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is John Thomas, and I'm speaking specifically about the city of Long Beach.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners. I just want to express my appreciation for your dedication to the state of California and your role in the State Redistricting Commission. I've had the benefit and the extreme pleasure of serving in the city of Long Beach for over 30 years on many boards and commissions. Most recently, I serve as an economic development commissioner. Most of my passion has been in the historic preservation, cultural arts that includes our nonprofit community, and cultural tourism with the Convention Visitors Bureau specifically. And I'm currently supporting the city's effort for the preservation of the Queen Mary, which is a whole other subject. The connectivity to Long Beach and its citizens has been unique. The pillars of the city of Long Beach is its wonderful diversity. And if you have a passion or if you have a purpose in this city, there are boards and nonprofit organizations that you can sign up to become part of and actually involve yourself towards those missions. But what's unique about that activity, specifically in Long Beach, over the last 10 years that I've seen since the last commission supported keeping Long Beach pretty much intact, is that when we reach out to our electeds for their support, whether it be a specific cause or whether it be just their general support for that particular nonprofit or community need, having that internal consistency with those representatives is so important. And quite frankly, as a resident and as a community member, where Long Beach defines its citizens as service-minded individuals, we would hate to lose what we've built with the ability to work with a pretty intact, close-knit legislative body for our different causes and needs. So I would just ask the commission to consider keeping us intact the way that we have been over the last 10 years. I know it's a huge, daunting task, but it's worked for Long Beach, and as the old saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We've benefited from the structure and the continuity and the internal consistency working with a handful of legislative individuals. So thank you so much for your service, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now will be 007. And up next will be Aaron Fletcher 026. 007, I will be promoting you now. 007, your speaker order number will be number 20. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Oops. I'm trying to, there I am. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Doug Otto. I've been a lifelong community leader in the city of Long Beach, and that's the area about which I'm Currently, I serve on the Long Beach Unified School District Board of Education. And for many years, Long Beach has known the benefits of independent redistricting and its importance to our community. In 2010, the first independent state redistricting commission drew lines that kept a large majority of our city in a single congressional, state assembly, and state senate district, because that's what our community wanted, and we've thrived under that system. We continue to ask for that to ensure regular and consistent access to our state and federal elected officials, and we hope that that's what the commission will decide. The level of coordination between our community and our state and federal elected officials has only served to benefit our local neighborhoods, small businesses, and students. Long Beach has 18 historic districts, and we tell people that if you live in Long Beach, you have two neighborhoods, the neighborhood where you live and the downtown. And in the downtown, we have the Aquarium of the Pacific, which is an attraction not only to Southern California, but not only to the state of California, but nationally and even internationally. And the benefits of keeping our entire community together are reflected in the success that that aquarium enjoys. In November 2018, Long Beach voters approved a ballot measure by over 61% to create our own local independent redistricting commission. We worked to create an independent redistricting commission because we saw how successful and meaningful the work of an independent commission is, and it was very evident that the commission listened to the communities and drew lines that were reflective of the defined communities, and that's what's helped make and keep Long Beach strong. I'm calling on you today to keep this large majority for the city of Long Beach intact as this commission considers congressional and state redistricting. Please keep Long Beach together. The importance can't be overstated. Let me give you a couple of examples. Most recently, with the global COVID-19 response, the Long Beach Unified School District worked closely with our local health department to develop guidelines and procedures to keep our students and staff safe and learning ongoing.
30 seconds.
We have access to our elected leaders was critical in accomplishing this. In another example, our school district, through dual immersion programs, was able to support the federal government's temporary migrant shelter at the Long Beach Convention Center.
15 seconds.
In both instances, we were able to work collaboratively with our state and federal partners. We ask you to support Long Beach and the collaboration we have been to foster for keeping a large majority of our city together through the redistricting process. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 026, and then up next will be 013, and after that will be 006 as they are from the first session. 026, I will be promoting you now. (026), your speaker order number will be number 21, if you will please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Aaron Fletcher, and I'm going to be speaking about Long Beach again today. So good afternoon, commissioners. I would like to thank you very much for your service, and I'd like to thank the large number of participants that have called in about Long Beach for their passion. I was born at St. Mary's Hospital in Long Beach. My grandfather served in the Navy out of Long Beach long before I was born. My mom's whole family went through Long Beach schools, and now I have 3 children myself, one in high school, one in middle school, and one at elementary school in the Long Beach School District. I'm calling today as the president of the Long Beach Lifeguard Association, and I'm calling to respectfully ask that the commission keep Long Beach together as a majority in our local congressional, state senate, and state assembly districts. The Long Beach Lifeguards have a long history. We started in 1906, and we were innovators in the field, the first lifeguard agencies ever to use two-way communication, and we invented the rescue buoy, and first people to use the power vessels as rescue tools, first people to use the rescue board as a rescue tool. So a long history of innovation here in Long Beach, and we want to keep that innovation that happens with the collaboration of the community partners that we work with. We have 200 full-time and seasonal personnel, and we're most often seen on the waterways, but we extend much further into other parts of the city. One of the ways we did this is we partnered with the Long Beach School District recently to create career pathways for students to reach careers in public safety. Through our junior lifeguard program and our seasonal program, we have many people that go on to public service and public safety professions after that, in addition to becoming full-time lifeguards. It's these partnerships that we absolutely want to continue. Most recently, we worked with the city in supporting the COVID-19 testing and vaccination clinics throughout the city. These partnerships would not be possible without the cohesive work of all levels of government that we have. So that shared representation across all levels of government work allow us to use these monies and allow us to have these opportunities to continue to serve the city in ways beyond just the beachfront. Since that time, we've had huge policy, since 10 years ago when we fought to stay together, we've had huge policy wins and directed millions of dollars to the city of Long Beach to help grow and help foster these communities. And it's these shared interests that we want to keep strong. And I would like to thank you for your time and service on this commission.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 013, and up next will be 006. 013, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be number 22. If you will please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Irma Archuleta, and I am speaking on behalf of Long Beach. I am a long-time Long Beach resident, educational leader, and former elected official. My commitment to Long Beach is strong and has only grown in the years that I have lived there. In my 30 years as a Long Beach resident, I have seen the city change and grow. We are a unique and diverse community with special needs that can only be understood by the elected officials who come from Long Beach. Long Beach has its own school district, college district, health department, port, airport, and transportation department, just to name a few. All those entities take time to understand and appreciate. Our Latino community in Long Beach has always had a presence, but we have grown, and today we have a stronger presence. This is largely due to the work and the support of community-based organizations like Centro Cha and Latinos in Action. Those two organizations have forged strong partnerships to support our local Latino community through workforce development, economic development, and when needed, providing basic needs. As you consider statewide redistricting, I urge you to keep Long Beach together. It is vital for continued collaborations with all our local partners and partners at every level of government. I firmly believe that our success is due to the current elected leaders and our ability to continue to elect leaders who understand our community's uniqueness. It is essential for the community's well-being and the future progress of our city. So I urge you again, please keep Long Beach together, and thank you for your work.
Thank you so much. Up next is 006. And after that will be 035. 006, I will be promoting you now. 006, your speaker order number will be number 23, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours. You're on mute. There should be a thing in the middle of your screen now. There you go.
Yeah, sorry about that. Hi there, Long Beach. Of course, as you can tell, we have some amazing people that live in Long Beach. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for your service and your time today. My name is Dee Dee Rossi, and I recently retired as the Executive Director of the Belmont Shore Business Association and the Improvement District, where I served for 11 years. I wanted to call and express my thoughts why Long Beach needs to stay together. Long Beach citizens are grateful for the 2010 State Independent Redistricting Commission kept Long Beach mostly together because it's working, as you have heard before. When the Independent State Redistricting Commission was created 10 years ago, we were not the core of our local congressional, state senate, and state assembly districts. But since then, we have been able to build relationships across each level of government. It has allowed us to work together and find strength in each of our organizations to benefit our city because we all have a shared interest. This has helped us get millions in federal and state resources for our city. Our community worked together in ways that have benefited our city, our families, our kids of Long Beach. So as you heard in 2016, our Long Beach voters approved a local ballot measure to create our own local independent citizen redistricting commission for our city because of the outcome and results we have had from state redistricting. And it's modeled much like yours. We know this works, and I hope you agree and consider keeping Long Beach together when considering new district lines in California. And I'd like to note I'm a Long Beach lifer and I wouldn't live in any other city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have 035, and up next will be 041. 035, I will be promoting you now. 035, your speaker order number will be number 24, if you will please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to actually talk about and discuss Inglewood, California. I attended a COI input meeting hosted by the Black Census and Redistricting Hub. I'd like to focus on Inglewood, California. My name is Damon Cagnolati, and I represent a nonprofit called Emerge, whose mission is to develop and produce future leaders using hip hop and education to raise social awareness and to affect a more equal and just transformation of society. We envision a culture where underserved youth are educated to live, not just to survive. We believe that by keeping Inglewood together, we could potentially create, by keeping Inglewood together, that could potentially give citizens and youth more power, the power to transform political apathy into action that could actually lead us towards a more brighter, more rich, and a more robust democracy. Many of our youth mentees actually come from the area of Inglewood, where their parents, family, and other community members are greatly affected by redistricting. And I could even say so for myself. I actually grew up in Inglewood, spent the majority of my childhood in Inglewood, attending St. John Chrysostom. My mother worked for Daniel Freeman Memorial Hospital back when it was actually up and running. And I've had tons of family members who for years, and my mother still actually lives there, and some other family members do too as well, who still live there and who would indeed greatly benefit just from keeping Inglewood together. I represent a group of concerned citizens in Inglewood, most of whom are concerned about the effects of redistricting on especially the Black communities, really in the face of being outpriced as a result of new business development and also to the shutting down of local longstanding businesses. It's a city that is that has a substantial Black and brown population. And we don't necessarily want to see, just quite simply as a result of redistricting, their political power being atrophied. I want to highlight this particular community because it is indeed one of the last predominantly Black communities in Los Angeles. And as we begin the process of redistricting, it's important to maintain the integrity of the community. South Los Angeles has dealt with the divestment and gentrification for decades, but really our organization really wants to focus on empowering members of the Black community by helping to keep it together.
30
And
seconds.
really, I would like to ask the commission to keep Inglewood together in its current district composition that it currently holds, so that way we could retain one of those last vestiges of the Black community in the Los Angeles area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 041, and up next will be 027. 041, I will be promoting you now. (041), your speaker order number will be number 25. If you will please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
I'd like to discuss the greater Wilshire neighborhood of Los Angeles.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Sam Uretsky. I live in the Larchmont area of the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. And I thank you for the work you're doing to help put in place new redistricting for the state of California. My concern is that we have a neighborhood that up until 2009 had a coherent representation in terms of Congress, State Senate, the State Assembly, and the City Council. And then by the unfortunate use of LAPD division maps, we were bifurcated into two areas. So we have two councilmen, two state senators, two state assemblymen, and three congressional representatives. This neighborhood is a long-standing, well-known, well-regarded neighborhood over 100 years old, recognized in 1976 as a principal and area of interest in Los Angeles. And our efforts to maintain the infrastructure, the educational possibilities, and city services and access to government officials at every level has been terribly damaged by the splitting of our council district into two, or in some cases, three parts. So I ask you, when you're looking at the redistricting, that you recognize or re-recognize the importance of this very coherent neighborhood, long-standing Los Angeles neighborhood, and place everything in one district. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now we have 027, and up next will be 039. 027, I will be promoting you now. (027), your speaker order number will be number 26. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
I would like to discuss Long Beach.
Go ahead.
Thank you, members of the commission, for your time and for your attention here today. My name is Derek Packus, and I'm a member of the Long Beach Lifeguard Association. I will share with you, I am so very proud of the overwhelming outpouring of support to keep Long Beach together as a city, as a district, as a representative body. I can share with you that Long Beach has 9 miles of beaches. It has 5,300 acres of oceanfront waterways and marinas, and over 4,000 pleasure craft moored within our waterways. I think it's fair to say the city is Long Beach, and that the beach is the very heartbeat of the city. I have somewhat of a unique overview of the beach and of lifeguarding and of citizenry and of the development and diversity that people have spoken so proudly of here today. I've been a ocean lifeguard for the last 42 years. Before that, for a decade, I was a junior lifeguard and in the inaugural junior lifeguard class in 1969. We had 50 members, all boys, all white, all grew up a stone's throw from Naples Island and Belmont Shore. Today, we have over 600 junior lifeguards of all genders, of all races, of unbelievable diversity. And that has really reached out into every district and every community within Long Beach, turning the city and its beaches into a galvanized group that is not homogeneous, but rather diversified. And as we know, the more diversity you have, the greater strength something has. I can share with you within our lifeguards, we had 3 women lifeguards before I came on in 1980. Today, we have dozens and dozens. I am so proud to say that Long Beach was either the first or amongst the very first beaches in the country to have female lifeguards, amongst the very first to have openly gay and openly lesbian lifeguards. And today, the diversity we have just bonds the city together. We have a great oceanography program that couples with Cal State Long Beach. And between the city, the lifeguards, the university, and all of its members, we are all the stronger for this kind of unity and diversity that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 039, and up next will be 048. 039, I will be promoting you now. (039). Your speaker order number will be number 27, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Well, I would like to discuss U.S. Congressional District 25, which runs from portions of the Antelope Valley down through Simi Valley. Hello, my name is Scott Stratton. I have been a member of this congressional district for 31 years. We have raised our children here. They attended school here, and before they left for college and vocational schools. We have benefited from the services, the good people, and the diversity in this district. We have found it to be a great mix of political, religious, and economic lifestyles and views. We don't always agree with our neighbors, but we have found that we can disagree agreeably. There's a great blend of industry and agriculture, housing, and open space, jobs and people to fill them. We, after having lived here during this period, we know that our needs are different from our neighboring communities. And over this time, the infrastructure has developed to fill those needs beautifully. I strongly recommend that the 25th district be kept as is. It's a wonderful blend of diversity, of people who have bonded together over the years, and has been an amazing place for us to raise our children. If it is added to, it is my desire that the portion that is added will bring the same amount of diversity and mix as the current district. I thank you for this opportunity to speak and appreciate the efforts you are making to listen and to organize California into a state that will go into the future for a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 048, and up next will be 044. 048, I will be promoting you now. (048), your speaker order number will be number 28. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
I would like to discuss, let's see, Palos Verdes through Santa Monica beach cities along the Santa Monica Bay. Great. My name is Judy, and I'm a resident of Manhattan Beach. I request that when drawing the district lines, you keep together the South Bay beachfront cities from Palos Verdes up the coast to Santa Monica. We call this area the South Bay. Residents of the South Bay, like me, live here because we have similar lifestyles. From the beach, ocean, strand, greenbelt, hiking trails, and parks, our communities come together to exercise, socialize, and relax. The residents of the South Bay take great pride in maintaining the public places by doing beach cleanup days and teaching our children to make a smaller carbon footprint. The children of the South Bay have a huge sense of belonging to these cities. They are proud to be part of the South Bay. Since the start of the pandemic, the South Bay children come out of their homes and started to utilize the beaches, parks, and recreational areas of the South Bay more than ever. Parents are comfortable letting their kids have freedom because the communities have a small time feel to them and everyone knows each other. During the pandemic, I actually felt like I was living back in the 80s again, with kids riding bikes up and down the streets and the lazy days of sitting on the block and just playing. Living in Manhattan Beach, my kids often play soccer with kids in Palos Verdes all the way up to Santa Monica. Surfing is one thing we all have in common and has become the #1 pastime of all of our children in the South Bay. It is a perfect outlet for our children, and we all share that as a community. The junior lifeguard program in the South Bay is phenomenal. The kids from Hermosa, PV, Manhattan, Redondo, Torrance, and Santa Monica all come together and learn from our amazing LA lifeguards about ocean safety. There is now a new tutoring program also forming as a community within the South Bay by the high school students from all over, from PV through Santa Monica. The high school students have seen the deficiencies of online school, and they will be working to tutor the younger kids within our community. I feel that it is more important than ever to maintain our district lines of the South Bay so that our communities of young and old feel a sense of belonging to their small town feel during this time of uncertainty. Thank you for listening. Please keep South Bay coastal cities together.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have a 044, and up next will be 032. 044, I will be promoting you now. 044, your speaker order number will be number 29. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Jenna Sekenius, and I'm actually going to talk about the Assembly District 38.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. I really wanted to thank the commissioners here. You guys are doing a really great job. So my name is Jenna. I actually just recently moved here from Illinois, and I was involved in the redistricting process there. And the move here kind of made me sad to miss that process. So I wanted to engage in that here. When my partner and I were looking for places to live out here, it was sort of, hard to tell, what the communities would look like and bring, and, physically being here. And now that we're here, and having chosen to live in Simi Valley for availability reasons and proximity reasons to work, something that I've noticed and was surprised about was that Simi Valley is the only portion of the 38th Assembly District in Ventura County, and that surprised me. And so I'm actually speaking to cut Simi Valley out of the 38th Assembly District. So that is my request, and I'll explain why in a few words. So I think that, having been here for a couple of months and driving around and learning as much as possible about these communities, I find that Simi Valley, being part of Ventura County, especially from a public health perspective, is, I guess, for lack of a better term, fits better with communities in Moore Park, Thousand Oaks, Camarillo, Oxnard. I spend more time over here than I do in, say, like the North Valley, Chatsworth, Granada, and then and Santa Clarita. And so I think this great community that I'm learning more and more about every single day has more in common. I think it deals with a lot of the same public issues, or the same public issues, same municipal issues that Moore Park, Thousand Oaks, and say Camarillo do. But this assembly district kind of keeps it in this LA County space. And so there's this sort of like floating in the abyss feeling for Simi Valley. And so my request and my final word is that you cut Simi Valley from the 38th Assembly District. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 032, and up next will be 029. 032, I will be promoting you now. Zero 032, your speaker order number will be number 30, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I would like to discuss Simi Valley.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Jennifer Jones. Thank you for being so patient with me. I know I've called in a lot, but I really, really want to keep Simi Valley whole. And also, if the 25th Congressional District expands, I would like it to expand to include the rest of Simi Valley along with Moore Park. And my reasoning is Simi Valley and Moore Park, we have a lot of organizations that are joint, such as the Boys and Girls Club of Moore Park and Simi Valley. There's also a Moore Park Simi Valley Realtors group. There's also Up in the Bridle Path with the horses. And we do have a synergy with Santa Clarita. And Santa Clarita and Simi Valley on the surface do not look like they would fit together, but they actually do. We're diverse, like Santa Clarita, middle class, educated, medium household income is above 70,000, and lot of development going on in Santa Clarita, just like there's a lot of development going on here in Simi Valley. And I just really appreciate how well we all kind of fit together. And I would really, really like to keep Simi Valley whole. And like I said, if the 25th does expand, I would really like to include the rest of Simi Valley and Moore Park. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope you guys have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 029, and up next will be 046. 029, I will be promoting you now. 029, your speaker order number will be number 31. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Carissa Sylvester, and I'm here to address the City of Long Beach.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. I'm a Long Beach resident and part of our local early childhood education consortium. Long Beach has earned a reputation for a long time now as one of our country's finest educational systems. And through my work, I've been able to see the impact that redistricting can have on youth and children in Long Beach. Our early childhood education consortium develops strategic partnerships, programs, community engagement, and seeks funding in support of early childhood education and internships and college completion. We know that investments in especially early childhood education in particular provide the greatest return for long-term success, college readiness, and graduation and job placement. Federal, state, and state resources are essential to support for our student success, and we have benefited well from these existing district lines over the past decade. Support for the dynamic partnership between our Long Beach Unified School System, School District, City College, and University of Long Beach has helped propel the education and workforce opportunities for youth in our community. We are grateful for the efforts through California's Independent Redistricting Commission to establish district lines, and we have kept Long Beach mostly together with a large majority of the city in prominent districts in the state and congressional levels. The last redistricting lines that have advanced Long Beach's priorities, and we ask that Long Beach retain this unity through the upcoming redistricting process. Keeping Long Beach together will ensure we maintain strong reputation and representation in the state legislature and Congress. Keeping our community together is essential for Long Beach, and we want to make redistricting that does not further divide Long Beach into smaller districts. Thank you so much for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you so much. Right now we have 046, and up next will be 045. 046, I will be promoting you now. (046), your speaker order number is number 32. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Stephen Ellis. I'll be speaking about the city of Lancaster, located between District 23 and 25. So first off, I want to say thank you for the commissioners for the opportunity to speak at this vital moment in the political future of California. Like I said, my name is Stephen Ellis. I'm a grad student here in Lancaster, California. As a citizen, I value my opportunity to speak and make my voice heard. I urge this committee to consider the city of Lancaster and its placement on the current district map as it sits between District 23 and 25. To congressmen representing one city is both confusing and troubling. This chaos manages to divide our vote, diminish our voice, and create apathy amongst our voting population. My political ideology does not matter how this committee should draw the maps, but common sense does. While Kevin McCarthy is my current elected representative, as my part of town resides in District 23, I firmly believe that this committee should redraw the line to place the entire city of Lancaster in District 25 under Representative Mike Garcia. Lancaster and our neighboring town of Palmdale are so similar politically, economically, and the sociocultural dynamics that I believe that Lancaster, Palmdale, and the whole of the Antelope Valley, where each city resides, should have one representative and one collective voice to select our representation. As the speakers from the city of Long Beach have attested, maintaining a city largely within a specific political district is an advantageous position. Lancaster has begun a transformation in the last 10 years into a city with a growing cultural, dining, and entertainment center, and will only benefit from united political support. Please allow Lancaster to have an opportunity to experience the advantage of residing in a single district. I believe the city can be a politically advantageous area for the right politician who can appeal to new voters. Our population has a vast amount of untapped registered voters and would benefit from a single representative in Congress. This area of California has come too far in its development the past decade to lose ground now. I ask again that this committee unite our vote and let the Antelope Valley speak with one voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have 045, and up next will be 047. 045, I will be promoting you now. Zero 45, your speaker order number will be number 33. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, I would like to discuss Long Beach.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you very much for your time and dedication in this important process. My name is Norm Conte. I'm a Long Beach resident and a small business owner in Bixby Knolls, which is located in the northern part of the city. I'm actually coming from a different perspective that we've heard from other fellow constituents within the city, and I'm coming from it as a business owner as well as a resident. And I think that it's very important to keep our city intact from all areas of the city. I'm an executive board member of the local business association in that area, and I feel I have a good sense of the community as a resident and also a business owner. And I've also experienced firsthand of what the financial hardships brought on by the COVID pandemic, walking the streets of our business district. These are my neighbors. And I'll have to tell you that the importance of our tie to the city, because we connect the coastal area of Long Beach to the northern part. And it's a really key part of being part of the cultural fabric for our city, being an arts district and a business district. And it's with that the affiliation with the mayor and other business districts that help this collaborative effort, that unification help us to climb out of the pandemic and succeed even more. I would say that the local, state, and federal COVID relief funding and grants have helped sustain vital businesses. And it's these same businesses that are also residents of the city, just like me, and affects the businesses even more, right? It's that cycle of residents as well as businesses. So keeping Long Beach together over the past decade has been essential to meet the needs of the business in Long Beach. So keeping those same redistricting lines that were drawn during the last cycle, I think would be really critical. I mean, the analogy I'll give you is imagine a family who have been affected financially through a depression, and husband and wife lose their job and they have kids. And then there's, whether if it's government assistance or donations or just neighbors who help, draw parameters of saying, we're going to exclude the husband or wife from any assistance or effort into making their family better. That's the same relationship that we would have by excluding one part of our city and not keeping everyone intact. So I do hope that this commission will keep Long Beach together as we were able to do in the previous redistricting process. So thank you very much, and I thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 047, and up next will be 030. I would like to invite those that have appointments during this session to please use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the comment queue line. That is for 036, 042, and 050. If you will please use the raise your hand button to get in the comment queue line. Thank you so much. 047, I will be promoting you now. Zero 47, your speaker order number will be number 34. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to pull up the cities of Redondo Beach, Santa Monica, Marina del Rey, El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, and Palos Verdes. Thank you. These areas, first of all, my name is Jim, and it's my pleasure to be speaking to you. And I'm a resident of Manhattan Beach. Actually, I was born and raised in Manhattan Beach, and I have the pleasure of raising my family in Manhattan Beach. Manhattan Beach is part of what we call the South Bay. It's an incredible place to raise a family, to grow up, for a number of reasons. The sense of community is so important there. The children regularly, besides the outdoor activities, there's surfing, there's beach volleyball, there's soccer, there's all these sports, but there's a real sense of community and a lot of community involvement. Many children are required and do it on their own community service to help others. I think it's very important and vital to keep our cities in the same district. The South Bay, we're linked economically, we're linked with our love of the beach, our proximity to the beach, and the love of outdoors. And we all really, all these cities in the South Bay, they have a small town feel. We really feel like we're not part of greater Los Angeles, and that's a really special thing. And I think if you change the districting, I think you're going to lose some of that small town feel, which makes it such a great place to live and visit and flourish. So our coastal community, and there's a common theme if you look at the map there, pretty much all these cities are bordering on the ocean. There's the ocean, there's the beach. So we need to keep these cities together. I think we'd lose a lot if we weren't. So I would just urge, again, you keep them together, keep the South Bay cities together in the same district. And I know I'm not as long as some of the other people, but everyone's really covered this point, and thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Right now we have 030, and up next will be 033. 030, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be number 35. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
I'd like to discuss Long Beach, California.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
My name is Ron Nelson, and I'm a longtime Long Beach resident. I also have the pleasure of being the executive director for the Long Beach Museum of Art. I also sit on the board of the Convention Visitors Bureau, as well as other arts institutions within the city. The Long Beach Museum of Art is rather unique in that it is one of the oldest Long Beach, or the oldest southern museums in Southern California. And we have just celebrated our 71st year. This museum has a commitment to this city, and we have educational programs that we bring throughout the city. We've had award-winning programs that we have over the last 10 years been able to reach out and, without exception, bring in 99% of the students from the 5th grade throughout the city of Long Beach. Our message is very clear to them and to the rest of the city, is that this is a place that people should have access to a meaningful relationship, and that diversity, equity, and inclusion are part of our lives here and part of our mission, and is part of the city. We work within all 9 council districts, and we do stay attentive to everything that they need. The Long Beach has a wonderful home also to the Long Beach Symphony, the Long Beach Camerata Singers, as well as the Long Beach Opera. And all of these together create a very tight creative community. Before the pandemic, there was 1,500 people were employed in arts institutions throughout this city. That was generating $2 million in local revenue and $5 million in state revenue annually. COVID-19, as everywhere, has hit us hard, but and we are a member of the Long Beach, or the American Alliance of Museums. And the American Alliance of Museums, which is our accrediting body, at 3 months into the pandemic, said that within a year, 30% of the museums in the United States would close, and without the money to continue. And indeed, there have been closures across this country and in Southern California. Without the help of everyone together with this city and coming together, we would have never been able to pull through the years coming. And there's a momentum that's happening within the city that is unstoppable. And I really beg you and thank you for keeping Long Beach together and within our own district. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 033, and up next will be 034. 033, I will be promoting you now. Zero 033 does not want to let me promote you. There could be some connectivity issues. I will be doing the audio only at this time. 033, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 36. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll let the mapper know what area you'd like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Kathleen Lubin. I'm from Santa Clarita, and I would like to speak about the 25th district, which covers most of northern LA County, part of eastern Ventura County, and it includes the cities of Palmdale, Santa Clarita, Acton, most of Lancaster, and Simi Valley. It also includes Porter Ranch in San Fernando Valley.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I've been a resident and homeowner in Santa Clarita for 10 years. And due to the unique characteristics, the unique geography that Santa Clarita Valley shares with Simi Valley and Antelope Valley, my family and neighbors believe that it's important to keep these communities together in the same district. We have an important issue in common, and that is the direct impact of the wildfire danger. So it's crucial. We think that it's crucial that the district stays intact so that we can continue to work together. The communities can work together to address safety concerns. We do have special needs in this district, especially during fire season. Therefore, I respectfully ask that the commission keeps the boundaries of District 25 intact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 034, and up next will be 042. 034, I will be promoting you now. 034, your speaker order number will be number 37. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello. The area that I will be representing and speaking for is Pasadena.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Reggie Miles, and I'm with the LA Black Worker Center and am a community member of Northwest Pasadena, located in LA County, part of the 27th Congress District. I attended a community of interest input meeting hosted by the Black Census and Redistricting Hub. I'm here to uplift the voices of my community, given the systemic cultural erasure and displacement of gentrification, gerrymandering that has taken political power from Black communities in my city, and the vast inequalities that economic injustices have produced. Growing up as a young Black boy, hearing the stories of a flourishing historical Black Pasadena, specifically along the Lincoln Corridor, and to experience what is happening now has left me disheartened. And I know there is so much potential in my community with the right resources. At stake for my community is to have a seat at a table that we have created and built for centuries, but don't have the tools to fix or sustain. The social issues that impact my community is police brutality, food insecurity, housing insecurity, and unemployment and access to quality jobs that entail good wages and protection. These social inequalities are not only a Black issue, but a human rights issue. Some historical or cultural ties that my community shares is the Lincoln Business District, which is a place of Black spaces, connectedness, and enterprise. In celebration and community, we also share the annual Pasadena Black History Month Parade, annual Juneteenth celebrations, Black community cultural centers, Jackie Robinson Park, and where community members gather and resources are distributed, Black home ownership, and a family-oriented culture. It is important to protect the dignity, political power, and my community's legacies of greatness. There's something in my community that makes us so timeless and innovative, whether it's the talent of arts and activism or political power figures to modern day people. By keeping our community of interest together, community members with shared values and issues would be able to organize amongst themselves to build power. Thank you for your time and listening.
Caller, would you please hold for 1 second?
Just a moment, Chair. Welcome back, 034. The chair had some additional questions for you, please.
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much for holding on. Would you please be able to define what Northwest Pasadena is? If you could define by boundaries, maybe street names, if you have those.
Yes. So the boundaries is Lake Street to Arroyo Parkway. So East Lake to West Arroyo. And then it would be, I would say, Orange Grove. So south going up north to Woodbury Road.
Great, thank you. And would you also be able to describe the Lincoln Business District boundaries as well, if you have that?
Yeah, so the Lincoln Business District is runs from the top of Woodbury, going down Lincoln to Howard. That within itself was a historically Black business district that is now ever changing. And yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all so much.
Right now we will have 042, and up next will be 050. 042, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be number 38, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi. Okay, how are you all? Hopefully well. Thank you for having us. I want you to pull up, please, the Antelope Valley, Lancaster and Quartzville area specifically that's divided by two different districts.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much. We have almost all of Quartz Hill and at least half of Lancaster not in the 25th district, which is where it should be. So I'd like to see the lines just continue straight at the LA County, Kern County line. That would be perfect. We'd all, we could all converse and have a greater sense of unity and cohesiveness. But these lines are dividing my neighbor from me in Lancaster. And then, of course, when I do a lot of business and helping people in Quartz Hill. So it'd be best to run that dotted line all the way across the LA County, Kern County line and include the rest of all of Lancaster and all of Quartz Hill. So that way, yeah, we could be more unified, you know, there's attributes and assets and goals, and we work at like those solar defenders and plant 42s, and we live in that area, but then it's divided by the 23rd district and the 25th district. We'd like to keep it in the 25th district and just make it go all the way across. And then, of course, you can see all the rest of Antelope Valley, Palm, De Leon Valley, Green Valley, Elizabeth Lake, Lake Hughes, and all the way on down to Acton to Santa Clarita and Simi Valley. If you could keep, if you could, you know, redraw that line, that would be perfect for all of us. And I do appreciate your time on that.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 050, and up next will be 036. 050, I'd be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be number 39, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Sure. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you all for having us this evening. We really appreciate having input. I'd like to discuss AD 54 this evening. You know, I've lived in this district for over 40 years, and it's been pretty much one district, but with various communities in it. And, you know, we'd like to maintain its robust Black communities in Culver City. We're talking about Mid-City, West Adams, Crenshaw District Corridor, Baldwin Hills, and the unincorporated communities of Ladera Heights and View Park, Windsor Hills. We want to maintain those as they are, while also maintaining the Asian Pacific Islander and Jewish Orthodox communities on the west side. Culver City, I raised my kids in Culver City. They all went to the middle school, the high school. I can still, and my youngest is 39. I'm not going to tell you how old the oldest one is. But anyway, I can still go to the post office, the grocery store, and still see folks that I know and say hello. That is true community. Let's maintain that. Let's keep that. Let's keep those communities in Palms and Beverlywood and South Robertson and West Los Angeles and also Westwood. Let's keep those intact. These communities, they not only have ethnic groups in common, but they also have common interests across ethnic groups related to income, single family households, and educational attainment and goals. This commission should be utilizing the neighborhood council boundaries when defining communities and do everything in its power not to split adjacent cities and unincorporated areas unnecessarily. We've got new representation in our assembly district. Our assemblyman is new, young, dynamic. Help him help us by keeping this district intact. Thank you, and we really appreciate the input, but don't just take it, listen to it. I implore you, please keep this district intact. Thank you. And again, my name is Fabian Wesson. I don't know if I identified myself. I appreciate the input. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have 036. And up next will be caller 9751. 036, I will be promoting you now. Your speaker order number will be number 40. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Margarita Martinez, and I'm representing two different organizations, SBCC and NALEO. I have lived in South Central LA in District 9. I'm between Hooper Avenue and Slauson Avenue. I have lived here more than 20 years. My niece goes to LA Academy Middle School. It is located in District 9 on 56th Street and Avalon. Our community, our communities share the same interests. We shop at the local groceries. We also eat and shop at our local restaurants and shopping centers. I shop at Firestone, Florence Firestone, Florence and Alameda Plaza. My community brings the different Latin cultures together from a variety of food, music, and art. District 9 offers different resources and events like jazz festivals that brings our surrounding neighbors together, and we are share and learn about each other cultures. One of my concern is my safety. We're using public transportation to travel to the community of Firestone and Florence and Firestone, it makes it hard to report safety issues since they are not in the District 9. Another concern is maintaining a clean community where people are aware of the resources and who to contact at the city and community levels. I would like for Florence Firestone to be part of District 9 because we share common interests and I associate with Florence Firestone community because I am constantly visiting the local stores and restaurants. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Caller, would you please hold for 1 second?
Yes.
Would you please help me understand where South Central is? If you could help me with the boundaries of South Central, that would be very helpful.
South Central is between, it's all part of Hooper, Slauson corridor, all the way to 57 and Alameda.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 9751, and then up next will be caller 6308. Caller 9751, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 9751, you are unmuted. I have a couple of brief instructions. Your speaker order number will be number 41, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I am calling in regards to West Hollywood and the Beverly Hills corridor of Sunset that borders or divides Hollywood, West Hollywood, and Beverly Hills.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Jamie Francis Wendell, and I have been a resident of West Hollywood for 10 years. However, before that, I used to reside in Santa Monica and the West Side, but was gentrified out, unfortunately, due to the high cost of living in this particular neighborhood. What I'm calling about is we are unified when it comes to the Assembly District, as well as the Senate District, as well as our third supervisory district. I'm in Supervisor District 3, Assembly District, I'm in 26 Senate District and 50 Assembly District. However, I'm in a different congressional district, which is bifurcated between the 33rd Congressional District and the 28th. I'm in the 28th Congressional District that's represented by Adam Schiff, who actually lives and it represents all of Burbank and Glendale and parts of the Summerlin area, as well as La Cañada Flint Ridge. I live closer to the 33rd Congressional District, and I used to live and be in what used to be the 30th Congressional District, represented by Henry Waxman, that is now the West Valley. I am closer to the West Valley and the West Side, but yet now West Hollywood was carved out. And for 8 years, that's not fair to me. If West Hollywood falls in the West Side communities, all the way from Malibu to Santa Monica and even further towards Venice and Marina del Rey, why should I have to be in the East Valley for congressional representation? That's just not right. I'm basically 2 miles to the east of Beverly Hills. A mile south of me is the 33rd Congressional District. A mile west of me or less is the 33rd Congressional District. That's just not fair. I feel that it's not representative of this area. I don't want to be represented by Hollywood. I live west of Hollywood, and I wanted to be in the west side. And I feel if this is the furthest east I have to be, I was already priced out of the west side district of Santa Monica and Westwood and certain parts of Beverly Glen that I used to live in before. And I just feel alienated. I want to remain on the west side, and even my zip code. We have 4 different zip codes. I'm 90046. 2 miles west of me is 90210. A mile east of me is 90038. A mile south of me is 90048. So I really implore the redistricting committee to please understand, don't let West Hollywood remain in that congressional district. We belong in the 33rd Congressional District. And I want to remain on the west side. I don't want to feel like I'm represented by the East Valley. So thank you so much again. I'm calling in regards to West Hollywood that's divided by Beverly Hills, and we've been bifurcated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 6308. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 6308, your speaker order number will be number 42, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carlos Amador, and I'm calling on regards to northwest part of the San Fernando Valley, which is Assembly District 38. I would like to speak as a resident of Granada Hills, the Granada Hills neighborhood. I believe that there is an important community of interest that needs to be protected regarding the North Valley communities impacted by the massive Aliso Canyon gas blowout, which impacted the health and well-being of residents in all of the neighboring towns. Those include Porter Ranch, Granada Hills, where I live, Northridge, and Chatsworth. It's important for me to make sure that we keep this environmental community of interest united and intact as a strong voice in order to be able to continue the work and addressing the healthcare and environmental aftermath of the gas blowout. In my opinion, Assembly District 38 would benefit of including just one county, LA County. It doesn't make sense to have Simi Valley, which falls in Ventura County, to be included, and really didn't have or didn't feel the impact of the Aliso Canyon blowout. I know it also doesn't share the geographical intertwined nature of the North Valley community. It would make more sense for Simi Valley to go and connect with the community interest in neighborhoods in Ventura County. To me, maintaining this valley towns in the Northwest San Fernando Valley, the residents that travel within these towns for work, school, and other activities, it is crucial and therefore paramount to make sure that we continue these towns stay together for Assembly District 38. We have a connection to Santa Clarita Valley, whether it's sharing on the college's connection as well as business and other cultural activities. So I ask that you maintain these communities together in the Northwest San Fernando Valley. If there needs to be any carving, it is the Simi Valley area for Ventura County that is carved out of the Assembly District 38. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much to all of the callers thus far. We are eager to continue to listen to everyone who is in the queue. Please do not hang up. You will lose your spot, so please stay on the line. We are going to take a mandatory break right now for our ASL interpreters and our other interpreters. So we will meet back here in 15 minutes at 6:30.
Good Early evening and welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission COI input meeting. For anyone who has joined us recently, we are offering language lines for Spanish, Farsi, Armenian, and Khmer for Khmer language speakers to listen to the meeting in their native language, and a separate line for those who wish to provide public comment or public input. Could I please have each of our interpreters provide our language line numbers and the information to provide public input? Starting with Spanish, please read the site translation of full call-in instructions.
The Spanish interpreter. Aquellos que deseen escuchar la reunión en español, llamen al 888-950-9566 e ingresen el número de la reunión 389-1010. De nuevo, ese número es 888-950-9566 e ingresen el número de la reunión 389-1010 para aquellos que deseen escuchar la reunión en español. Si desea dar su comentario público, el número es 877-853-5247. De nuevo, ese número es para dar comentario público es 877-853-5247. Necesitará ingresar el número 873-4825-1563. Tendrá que llamar a este nuevo número para poder dar su comentario público. Si necesita un intérprete para su comentario, habrá un intérprete disponible en este número. Si llama para dar comentario público, no cuelgue o perderá su lugar en la fila. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to Farsi. Please read the site translation of full call-in instructions.
Could the Farsi interpreter please unmute your mic in Zoom?
شنوندگان فارسی زبان، چنانچه مایلید جلسه را به زبان فارسی گوش بکنید، لطفاً با شماره تلفن 1-800-369-1126 تماس بگیرید و شماره شناسایی جلسه را که عبارت است از 910-2554 وارد کنید. تکرار می‌کنم، شماره تلفن تماس 1-800-369-1126 است و لطفاً شماره شناسایی جلسه 910-2554 برای شنوندگان فارسی را وارد کنید. اگر مایلید نظرات خود را به صورت عمومی بیان کنید، شماره تلفن تماس 877-853-5247 می باشد. تکرار می کنم، شماره تلفن تماس برای اعلام نظرات عمومی 877-853-5247 است. پس از شماره گیری بایستی اعداد 873 48 25 15 63 را وارد کنید. اگر می‌خواهید نظرات خود را اعلام بفرمایید لطفاً دکمه ستاره و 9 را فشار دهید. شما بایستی این شماره را حتما بگیرید تا بتوانید نظرات خود را به صورت عمومی بیان کنید. اگر نیاز به مترجم دارید، یک مترجم در اختیار شما قرار داده خواهد شد. اگر شما تماس میگیرید تا صحبت بکنید، لطفاً تلفن را قطع نکنید چون نوبت خود را در صف از دست خواهید داد. با سپاس. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to Armenian. Please read the site translation of full call-in instructions.
Հայերեն լեզվով ունկնդիրներ, խնդրում ենք զանգահարեք 800-369-2118 համարով, որպեսզի լսեք ժողովը հայերեն լեզվով։ Դրանից հետո խնդրեմ պետք է մտցնեք ժողովի համարը 769-3364։ Կրկնում ենք զանգահարեք 800-369-2118, այնուհետև ժողովի համարը 769-3364 միայն հայերեն լեզվով ունկնդիրների համար։ Եթե ցանկություն ունեք նաև ձեր կարծիքը հայտնելու ժողովի ընթացքում, ապա պետք է զանգահարեք ուրիշ համարով 877-853-5247։ Կրկնում ենք, համարն է 877-853-5247։ Այնուհետև պետք է մտցնեք հետևյալ համարները 873-4825-1563։ Եթե ցանկություն ունեք խոսելու, այդ պարագայում պետք է սեղմեք աստղ 9 թիվը։ Դուք պետք է զանգահարեք այս համարով, եթե ուզում եք հանդիսանալ ձեր խոսքով։ Եթե ցանկություն ունեք օգտագործելու թարգմանիչի ծառայություններ, թարգմանիչ կտրամադրվի ձեզ այս համարներով զանգելու պարագայում։ Եթե ուզում եք խոսել, խնդրում ենք մի անջատեք հեռախոսը, այլապես կարող եք կորցնել ձեր տեղը հերթի մեջ։ Շնորհակալություն։ Thank you.
Thank you. Now to Kamai.
Yes.
Please read the site translation of full call-in instructions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. បងប្អូនអាចចង់ស្ដាប់ភាសាខ្មែរសូមមេត្តាចុចលេខ 800-369-2095 ដើម្បីស្ដាប់លើអង្គប្រជុំនេះជាភាសាខ្មែរហើយចុចលេខ ID ឬក៏អត្តសញ្ញាណ 1957479 ម្ដងទៀតលេខគឺលេខទូរស័ព្ទ 800-369-2095 ហើយសូមមេត្តាចុចលេខអង្គប្រជុំ ID អត្តសញ្ញាណ 1957479 សម្រាប់ភាសាខ្មែរបើសិនថាបងប្អូនណាចង់ឲ្យយោបល់ជាសាធារណៈសូមចុចលេខទូរស័ព្ទ 877-553-5247 ម្ដងទៀតលេខទូរស័ព្ទដើម្បីផ្ដល់ជូនយោបល់មតិជាសាធារណជនលេខ 877-553-5247 ហើយសូមមេត្តាចុចលេខ 877-4825-1563 ចង់បង្ហាញថាយើងចង់ជូនយោបល់សូមចុចមេត្តាចុច star 9 ឬក៏តារា 9 ហើយសូមមេត្តាចុចលេខថ្មីនេះដើម្បីឲ្យផ្ដល់ជូនយោបល់ជាសាធារណជនហើយខ្ញុំនឹងជូនអ្នកបកប្រែជូនបើសិនបងប្អូនណាចង់ឲ្យយោបល់ជាសាធារណជនជាភាសាដើមកំណើតរបស់យើងហើយសូមមេត្តានៅពេលដែលយើងចុចទូរស័ព្ទហើយកុំឲ្យដាក់វាចុះបើសិនដាក់វាចុះវាដាច់លេខសូមអរគុណ Thank you Mr. Chair.
Thank you. This session is specifically dedicated to those that do not have an appointment. However, if you had an appointment and were unable to call in during your time block, we encourage you to call in now. We will continue to take public input at this time and also invite public comment at this time. The phone line for public input and public comment will close at 7 p.m. We will get to all the callers who were in the queue at that time, to include going beyond 7 p.m. if needed. I will pass this over to Katie, our comment moderator.
Thank you, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commissioners will be taking community of interest input and public comment by phone at this time. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 873-4825-1563 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. At this time, will be caller with the last 4, 2312. And up next will be caller 4478. Caller 2312, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller with the last 4 digits 2312, if you could please press star 6 to unmute at this time.
Hello.
Hello, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 43, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Alex Silke, and I would like to talk about Montebello and Pico Rivera. We are twin cities bordered by I-5, I-605, and State Route 60, held together by the 3 bridges across Beverly Boulevard, Whittier Boulevard, and Washington Boulevard. Both cities have roughly a population of 63,000 and are both over 75% Latino. We often cross the river to do business in each other's cities. We share a common community and often engage in civic events together. It is vital that we keep our representation in the Assembly, State Senate, and Congress to make sure our concerns are held as a predominantly Latino community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 4478, and up next will be caller 7223. Caller 4478, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 4478, your speaker order number will be number 44, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Sure. The I-210 corridor just north of the 210 freeway, the northern point being Altadena and the eastern point being in Claremont.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you for having me tonight to speak on behalf of my community of interest. My name is Steph Lynch. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the community organizer for Planned Parenthood, Pasadena, and San Gabriel Valley. We are a reproductive healthcare provider that has 5 health centers who serve Glendale and Highland Park communities, all the way through the San Gabriel Valley to the Azusa and Glendora region. I'm speaking today representing 62,000 patients annually, 40,000 supporters, a staff of 150, our community partners, and our neighbors. I'm here speaking on this important issue because we know redistricting determines whether our communities can remain together and how they are represented. A fair redistricting process is one that draws boundaries, ensuring voices are equitably heard. These boundaries help protect underserved communities and determine how much power or influence a community's collective voice has on those we elect to represent us. These districts determine our neighborhoods, our cities, and our identities. I'm requesting that you keep the community of the 210 corridor from Claremont to Altadena as the district is currently drawn. Please keep this community intact. My best friend actually lives at the base of the Angeles Forest in Altadena. There's literally one house away from her and that vast mountain expanse. In her first week of living there, a brush fire happened. Her family of her husband and 2 kids readied themselves in case the fire was unable to be contained. Unfortunately, they didn't have to evacuate, but this is a very common occurrence for them and others like them close to this mountain. As we've seen with the likes of the Bobcat fire, sometimes this community isn't that fortunate. I live about 15 minutes away with the 210 separating us. When the wildfires hit last year, I saw the sky change color and our streets fill with ash, but fleeing a wildfire is not a concern for me. My best friend casually discusses a bear eating a neighbor's chicken, and that is so far from my daily reality. The point is, fires, wildlife, and transportation define this 210 corridor community in a way that nearby communities cannot relate. In order for this community and others like them to be able to address serious issues and keep their collective power, they need to have one voice with one representative. The greater San Gabriel Valley, and specifically this 210 corridor tract, have unique ecosystems of voices that need extra attention and protection to preserve what makes the region so special to begin with. I urge you to keep the 210 corridor intact as it is currently drawn. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 7223, and up next will be caller 8544. Caller 7223, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 7223, your speaker order number will be number 45. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Renee Grace Rodriguez, and I am a resident of Chatsworth, California, and I'm speaking about Area 38. AD 38 is so important to keep the Chatsworth community, Porter Ranch, Granada Hills, Northridge, and Chatsworth. We need to keep Porter Ranch, keep us together. We have a common community of interest over the next 10 years. We have to deal with the fallout of this Aliso Canyon gas blowout. I myself was poisoned in my office as that gas leak exploded, and we have united as a community to work to clean up this mess, and we need to stay together as a community. And included in our community, if you look at the map, it's this awkward little leg tangent of Simi Valley that's hanging out in a completely different county, doesn't share the same unity of interest that we share. And it's so important that they be able to have a common interest in their side on Ventura County with the issues that they face, as opposed to us being influenced by what goes on in the valley. In addition, I'd like to point out that we also share a common interest with the Santa Clarita Valley, as oftentimes being part of the North Valley, our freeway connects us so closely to the community colleges that are there in Santa Clarita Valley. Many people in Santa Clarita Valley, in fact, my own assistant commutes from Santa Clarita Valley into the San Fernando Valley for work. So it's tremendously important that you understand we do have a community of interest when it comes to both Aliso Canyon and the Santa Clarita community in terms of schools and shopping and churches. So I would also ultimately like to also point out that, and once again reiterate that Simi Valley does not have that common interest, and Simi Valley should be included in Ventura. Thank you for taking my testimony this evening.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 8544, and up next is caller 5736. Caller 8544, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 8544, you are unmuted. Your speaker order number will be number 46. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Catherine Tattersfield. I am calling from Chatsworth in the North San Fernando Valley about Assembly District 38. I echo Renee Grace's comments about the North San Fernando Valley having a very strong environmental interest surrounding the Aliso Canyon gas leak. I myself and my husband, we were both personally impacted by this. However, we are just outside of Assembly District 38, which I find, very odd because I live in the same neighborhood in Los Angeles as people who are, a quarter mile from me, yet we live in a different assembly district. I don't think that's right. I think I should be a part of the Chatsworth community in terms of my assembly representation, just as I am here in Los Angeles. We share a Los Angeles City Council member, yet we don't have the same assembly district member. The same can be said for Northridge, Granada Hills, and Porter Ranch. We are all represented by the same city council member, yet we don't necessarily have the same assembly member. As Renee said, there are a lot of people who commute from Santa Clarita to this part of the San Fernando Valley. As a CSUN student, I had a lot of fellow students who were from Santa Clarita Valley. I've made friends with coworkers who live in Santa Clarita Valley, so it makes complete sense to me to unite North Los Angeles County. What does not make sense to me is to include Simi Valley, which is part of Ventura County, does not experience an environmental impact from the Aliso Canyon disaster, and generally it's a different demographic makeup than the North San Fernando Valley. North San Fernando Valley has a very high Latino population, and I feel that that is not represented in Simi Valley. I feel that those voices are drowned out because Simi Valley is in AD 38 right now. I would think that the people of Simi Valley would feel their interests more aligned with the rest of Ventura County, and that's how they should be represented. I urge you to include all of Chatsworth, all of Northridge, Granada Hills, and Porter Ranch in the same Assembly District 38, and to remove Simi Valley from AD 38. Thank you for hearing my comment.
Thank you so much. Right now, we have caller 5736, and up next will be caller 5592. Caller 5736, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 5736, your speaker order number will be number 47. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Joella Valdez, and I would like to discuss AD 58 and 49. I'm calling in tonight to express support in keeping Montebello and Pico Rivera together. We have many commonalities, and it's not just demographics. We share a school district, and residents from each city benefit from resources in both communities. Our children go to school in each other's cities, participate in community activities and events. It's imperative to keep our communities together. We're united, we work together. Keeping our voices together and making sure that our representatives continue to effectively represent our interests is not only paramount to our community today, but also tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller, for that input. And just as a final announcement, the phone lines will be closing at 7 p.m. So please get in the queue so we can listen to your input before adjourning for the day. And Katie, back to you.
Thank you so much, Chair. And again, for those that have called in, please press *9 to raise your hand to get in the comment queue line. Please press *9 to raise your hand to get in the comment queue line. Caller 5592 will be right now, and up next will be caller 2150. Caller 5592, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 5592, your speaker order number is number 48. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Alrighty. I'm calling from the Southgate area in the southeast of Los Angeles, and I'll begin now. My name is Jesus Ramon Villalba Gastelum, and I'm a member of the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, otherwise known as CHIRLA, as well as the People Bloc. And I've been a resident of the city for about 11 years. I've been a resident in this district for a little bit more than that. And again, I'm talking about Southgate and the Gateway communities. This time around, I'll be talking as an immigrant. My neighbors, for those who live in my community, are working class immigrants like myself. They're construction workers, factory laborers, food plant processors, and we have a very tight-knit community in the Southeast. We have plenty of libraries and mosques and churches that we visit, and oftentimes we traverse the entire Southeast in order to partake in a lot of these cultural and economic transactions. The majority of my neighbors are mixed Indigenous and Hispanic in heritage, though we do have a significant community of South Asian, Middle Eastern, North African, and European American neighbors. And in their streets, you will hear Spanish more than English, and the occasional Portuguese, Arabic, and even Bangladeshi. A lot of our neighbors work in the factories in Vernon and Huntington Park, preparing and cutting fruit, meat, and goods. Southgate hosts a satellite of East Los Angeles College and runs free shuttles to the main campus in Monterey Park. And the 105 and 710 run through the edges of the city of Southgate, and the Harbor Freeway leads to the ports near San Pedro. And if you take the 60 bus, you'll arrive at the heart of downtown, though it will take you across the neighborhood as well. I believe that my community is currently separated by a line, my community being the area of Southgate, Huntington Park, Maywood, Bell, and Bell Gardens. I believe that this community is separated. We are majorly Hispanic. A lot of us speak Spanish as a native language, and we visit each other's cities for both commercial, medical, and religious reasons. And I believe that currently, at least with our Assembly District 63, our interests are not being respected. Our interests are not being aligned, especially after this January's incident with January 2020's incident with the spraying of jet fuel over our communities of Cudahy, Bell Gardens, and Southgate that impacted our entire community, and that includes outside of the district lines. I really feel like we would all be better served if people from this region would be under one representative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 2150, and up next will be caller 0471. Caller 2150, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 2150, your speaker order number will be number 49. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. I'm calling on behalf of SBCC and Aleo, specifically in South LA District 9. I'm calling because I've been living in the District 9 for over 80 years now. And my son attends one of the schools in District 9. Not only do I live there and advocate for different community issues, but I also work in South LA. Due to the different communities that surround us, we have the Florence Firestone community, which is actually an unincorporated area in LA County. It is a small community where there isn't much representation. There is definitely a lot of lack of resources. It's also a place that I frequent where I go to the medical offices, where I shop, and definitely something that folks in that community visit the different districts in Los Angeles, District 8 and District 9 for the various activities, the resources, the community events. And I would like to suggest that we include that community in one of the districts in the city of LA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 0471, and up next we have caller 3784. Caller 0471, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 0471, your speaker order number will be number 50. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am calling for the West San Gabriel Valley. The last commission did a great job keeping the Asian American and Pacific Islander community in the West San Gabriel Valley united, and we are asking that the community be kept together again. The community is centered around a cluster of cities that include Alhambra, Arcadia, Monterey Park, Rosemead, San Gabriel, San Marino, and Temple City. The last commission not only kept the community largely whole, but also did a good job allowing us to form coalitions with nearby areas. For example, in Congress, we are unified with communities bordering the Angeles Forest, allowing for joint solutions to the federal issues related to that natural resource. While in the Senate, we are combined with different communities in the upper San Gabriel Valley, where, for example, we share a common water district and more state-related issues related to water quality. While in the Assembly, our communities are able to make up a district on our own, meaning we can have representatives focus specifically on our own issues of concern. For example, many of our communities in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic were particularly impacted by the surge in AAPI hate crimes. So please keep us whole, thereby giving us full voice so we can then work together with our neighbors to address both the individual and joint challenges we face. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 3784, and up next we have caller 6989. Caller 3784, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller with the last four digits, 3784. Your speaker order number will be number 51, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss. Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Sí.
Spanish?
Español, por favor.
This is the interpreter. I'm available for Spanish interpretation.
Thank you. Your speaker order number will be number 51. If you'll please make note of that, and if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Por favor, apunte su número de orden de orador, que es el número 51. Anótelo para referencia en el futuro. Y si puede avisarle, por favor, al cartógrafo qué área gusta mencionar. Adelante, solo que le voy a dar un anuncio breve. I'm just going to give them a brief announcement about the interpretation. Hola, soy la intérprete. La interpretación de español al inglés es consecutiva, así que por favor hable en frases cortas y cada vez que haga una pausa, yo le interpretaré o tal vez le interrumpe y le pida que haga pausa. Tendrá 6 minutos en lugar de 3 para dar su comentario. Adelante.
Ok, gracias. Buenas noches, comisionados. Mi nombre es Jacqueline Cortina. Soy parte de la organización SBCC colaborando con el Fondo Educativo de Naleo.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jacqueline Cortina, and I am here on behalf of SBCC in collaboration with the Educational Fund Naleo.
Pertenezco al área del condado de Los Ángeles. Tengo viviendo 3 años aquí. Vivo en la comunidad de Florence y Firestone.
I have been living in the area, the LA County area, for 3 years. I live in the community of Florence Firestone.
Que es considerado parte del condado de Los Ángeles, empezando de la calle de Canto y terminando la calle de la Alameda.
It's considered a part of LA County, starting from Compton Street to Alameda Street.
Soy madre de 6 hijos, 3 mayores de edad en lo que mis otros 3 asisten en las escuelas Chávez.
I am a mom of 6. 3 of my children are older, but 3 of them attend the Chavez schools.
Mi hija en la Quique se encuentra ubicada en la 102 y Grape, que pertenece al distrito 15.
Disculpa, dijo, ¿son partes de las escuelas charters? O
Sí.
Chavez? Okay, sorry, this
Chavez.
is the interpreter speaking. The students are charter school students. Okay, y mencionó su hija es parte de la 112 y...
Mi hija asiste en la escuela aquí que se encuentra ubicada en la 102 y Grape.
My daughter attends a school located here on 112 and Grape.
La cual pertenece al distrito 15 por el área de Watts.
Which belongs to District 15 by the Watts area.
Ella va a clases de natación en el parque Athens Park, que se encuentra ubicado en la Broadway y el segundo.
She goes to swimming classes at Athens Park, which is located on Broadway and 2nd.
Y mis otros 2 hijos en la Alliance Judy Burton Tech High School, ubicada en la Broadway y Century.
¿Puede repetir el nombre de la escuela, por favor?
Alliance Judy Burton Tech.
My other 2 children attend Alliance Judy Burton Tech High School.
Sí, esta se encuentra ubicada en la Broadway Century, que pertenece al distrito 9.
This school is located on Broadway and Century, which is part of District 9.
Mis hijos desde pequeños han ido a las escuelas del distrito 8 y 9.
My kids, since they were little, they would go to schools located in Districts 8 and 9.
He servido de voluntaria en las escuelas de mis hijos y he participado también de voluntaria en otras organizaciones.
I have been a volunteer at my children's schools, and I've also been a volunteer at other organizations.
Como Bestar en la comunidad de Avalon's Garden y también Sorla, CDT.
¿Y también qué, perdón? La última.
Sorla de CDT.
Like organizations like Best Start and Avalon Gardens and SOFLA of CDK.
Hago mis compras en la superior ubicada en la 103 y Avalon y Food for Less ubicada en 103 y Canton.
I go shopping for food at Superior on 103 and Avalon and the Food for Less on 103 and Compton.
Lo cual me gustaría que Flores y Firestone posiblemente sea parte del distrito de Los Ángeles.
I would like for Florence and Firestone to possibly be a part of the district in Los Angeles.
Para que esta tenga representación y den más recursos para familias que lo necesitan.
So that it can have representation and more resources be provided to the families that need it.
Y mantengan mi comunidad junta en unión con las otras comunidades cercanas como Watts.
And to maintain my community together in union, like the other communities nearby, like Watts.
Ya que compartimos las mismas costumbres, cultura, lenguajes y otras en común.
Since we share the same cultures, the same language, and the customs in common, and other things in common.
Y de antemano, gracias por su atención.
And so, again, thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Right now,
Muchas gracias.
Right now, we will have caller 6989, and up next will be caller 8293. Caller 6989, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 6989, your speaker order number will be number 52. If you will please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
I'd like to represent the Long Beach area. Good evening, Honorable Commissioner. My name is Charles Song. I was born in Cambodia and moved to the United States in 1983 as a refugee fleeing the Cambodian genocide. I am co-chair of Equity for Cambodians, chair of the Khmer American Civic Engagement Committee, and chair of the United Khmer American Coalition Committee. I am also a board member on the Midtown Business Improvement District in Central Long Beach. As an immigrant and a community activist, I understand firsthand the importance of the redistricting and political representation in my community. Long Beach is home to the largest Cambodian population outside of Southeast Asia, with as many as 50,000 Cambodians in Long Beach. Cambodian immigrants have transformed Central Long Beach and Cambodia Town with countless small businesses, mom and pop stores, restaurants, and cultural programming and events. And yet Cambodians have historically been divided into 4 local council districts in Long Beach, instead of being united in a single district. We have worked diligently to advance representation at the local level through the creation of Long Beach Independent Redistricting Commission. Keeping community of interest together like the Long Beach Cambodian population is essential to ensure our voices are heard and our interest and supported in the state legislature and Congress. We have established strong partnership with our representatives at local level, state and congressional levels, and the existing district lines that have kept Long Beach together over the past decade have helped to advance the diverse interests of our Cambodian businesses and community members in Long Beach. We have requested the upcoming redistricting process keep our community together rather than divided us into different districts. I thank you for allowing me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 8293, and up next will be caller 8173. Caller 8293, if you will follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 8293, your speaker order number will be number 53, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the commission for taking your time. This is a long freaking call. I don't know how you do it. But anyway, I'm a resident of 25th Congressional and the 38th Assembly. And I'm calling from Santa Clarita. My name is Nicole, and one of the criteria for developing district boundaries is to respect communities of interest. In 2010, the previous commission did not sufficiently protect communities of interest in North Los Angeles County. I'm writing to express my view that unlike 2010, the commission must respect the given criteria for development of district maps, and the interests of Northern Los Angeles County are recognized with district boundaries that represent unique and colorful history of the region. Currently, the 25th Congressional District, which includes Assembly Districts 36 and 38 and Districts 21 and 27, encompasses numerous municipalities spanning over 1,500 square miles. There's no easy identifiable shared interest between Simi Valley and the rest of the district. Between Simi Valley and Santa Clarita, the closest contiguous city to Ventura County, the respective chambers of commerce have different priorities and focuses. They have separate law enforcement agencies and first responders, and none of their school districts and community college districts overlap. The cities do not co-host or advertise each other's events. The only identifiable connections between Simi Valley and the remainder of the district are the currently shared congressional assembly and congressional districts. In short, we have nothing in common. I would propose that we stay with North LA County. We have transportation needs. A lot of our students share campuses between College of the Canyons and CSUN. We have nothing in common with Ventura County, and I propose that we stay with Los Angeles County as we share in the same services, and we are a resident of LA County. Both Los Angeles and counties and Ventura counties and cities within their respective jurisdictions have different health departments and protocols for such things like COVID, which make it more difficult for representatives to provide constituents with constantly evolving critical health and safety information. I ask that this commission to ensure that separate and distinct communities of interest are not artificially connected by arbitrary district boundaries, and again, that Los Angeles and Ventura counties each be bestowed with representation that respects their specific interests. And I just have to give a shout out to Long Beach. I am so impressed with their communities. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 8173, and up next will be caller 7532. Caller 8173, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 8173, your speaker order number will be 54. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Maria Morales, and I'm a member of Chile. Could we please focus on the map in the area of Mid-City, Baldwin Hills, Cienega, and Jefferson Park? I'm a resident of Mid-City, and I've lived in the neighborhood for 11 years. And today I will be speaking for my community of Mid-City as an immigrant. My city is made up of poor and lower middle class, but the majority of us identify ourselves as Hispanic and Latinx, and a few Jewish people. There's a lot of homelessness, and most of the workers I know have jobs that pay minimum wage, which are restaurants, retail workers. If not, they are construction workers, house cleaners, street vendors, or gardeners. La Cienega Plaza is a small shopping center that helps employ my neighborhood. And with these jobs, my neighbors can afford apartments, duplexes, single-family homes to live in. Although in some apartments, there can be up to 5 or 7 people living in each unit. Since my area is mainly Latin America, the primary languages spoken are Spanish and English, which leads me to education. Some students go to nearby schools like Shenandoah Street Elementary, Martin Middle School, and Hamilton High School, but some go to other cities for school. The two closest community colleges are West LA and SMC. Now I would like to talk about services and transportation that are available or that my community needs. Available services are Kaiser Permanente Medical Center, the Robertson Branch Library, La Cienega Plaza, and nearby parks. Although we have great services, my community needs more mental health services. If people want to get access to mental health services, they have to travel to nearby cities like Culver City. These services are available to people that can afford health insurance, so we also need affordable health care. Along with that, we need better education for kids in elementary school and schools in general. We also come from a Hispanic and Latinx community where the students' first language is Spanish. Finally, we also need services for kids with disabilities. I personally have seen the struggle my mom has to go through to get resources for my sister's needs. Lastly, my community is located in La Cienega and Cadillac, so we have access to public transportation such as the Big Blue Bus, Metro buses, and the Expo line. Others travel by cars and bikes. To close off, I would like to ask if we could keep the following neighborhoods: Mid-City, Baldwin Hills, Jefferson Park, Cienega, together in one district so our representatives can continue to be champions for these issues. Immigration, COVID relief, homelessness, access to education, access to healthcare, working rights, civil rights. I would like if Westwood and Century City were not part of my district because those cities are more different than my community. Since more wealthy people live up there, With that being said, I want to thank you guys for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 7532, and up next we have caller 9835. Caller 7532, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 7532, your speaker order number will be 55, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss today, the floor is yours.
Hello, I would like the map to be focused on the Antelope Valley, specifically Lancaster.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Eric Altamirano, and I am a member of Chairla. I am a resident of Lancaster, so today I will be talking about this area. This town is divided, with the west being upper class and the east being lower class. I lived in the east side for all 25 years of my life here and know how the schools, stores, parks are treated differently on each side. My community is united by the northbound 14 freeway and Sierra Highway. Many of the residents have vehicles or use buses and Ubers to travel around the neighborhood and to go to work. We have commuters that get up at 4 a.m. to make it to their hard labor jobs. Many are working in the fast food industries here, working grocery stores, as we have stores like Vallarta, Superior that represent the Latino community. Many on the east side live in apartments, single-family homes, and duplexes, sometimes multiple people in one room, all sharing occupied spaces like kitchens and bathrooms. Most of the community are renters and rely on government assistance to have housing. In my community, we have parks such as El Dorado Park, Santa Bonita Park, which are both attached to schools, and Low Valley College, which is a community college that has a nursing program and where most of the residents go because of this nursing program. We also have many trade schools such as University of Antelope Valley and High Desert Medical School. Around our neighborhood, mostly the races that are seen are Latino and Black, while the whites in the neighborhood are more seniors. The language spoken in the communities are Spanish and English. It is important to unite my community that has been divided to disempower and erase us, because we care about immigration, access to education and higher education, housing, worker rights, by keeping all of Lancaster together in Conditional District 25 with Palmdale, Rosemont, Little Rock. Our representatives can continue to be championed for these issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 9835.
Katie?
Yes.
Katie,
Yes,
can
Chair.
we have that speaker come back, please?
Absolutely, Chair. Caller 7532. Chair has some questions.
I'm sorry. That's my mistake. We can move on. Thank you for your input. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. All right. Caller 9835. And up next will be, right now will be caller 9835, and then up next will be caller 2270. Caller 9835, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 9835, your speaker order number will be number 56. If you will please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Good evening. I am discussing for South Los Angeles, District 8 and 9 in the County of Los Angeles. My name is LaWanda Monroe, and I would just first like to thank the Honorable Alicia Fernandez and the California Citizens Redistricting Commission for allowing me this opportunity to voice some of my concerns. So again, my name is LaWanda Monroe. I am the Executive Director for Stop the Violence, Increase the Peace Foundation. Also the CEO for STV Allied Health Education Centers, where we train our youth within our communities and young adults as certified nursing assistants, certified home health aides, and licensed vocational nurses. I am very concerned about the redistricting in communities and neighborhoods within the city and county of Los Angeles. While reducing the numbers of split among unincorporated communities and adjacent cities, in my opinion, I feel this commission should be using neighborhood council boundaries when defining communities and do everything in its power not to split Assembly District and adjacent cities in unincorporated areas unnecessarily. An example is the empowerment Congress Southeast Neighborhood Council that should be made whole in one assembly district in either AD 59 or AD 64, while the Wilmington Neighborhood Council should be included with the Los Angeles communities of Harbor City and San Pedro in AD 70, as they are all naturally separated from most of the rest of the city of Los Angeles, south of the Harbor Gateway community. While violence and crime is spiking everywhere, we believe that representative control is truly important. I thank you all for this time.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 2270, and up next will be caller 8121. Caller 2270, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 2270, your speaker order number will be 57. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yeah, if you could please pull up Southeast Los Angeles on the map. I'll be speaking about Cerritos and Artesia.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Hina Ahmad. I am the program manager at the South Asian Network here in Artesia. I'm calling in to ask the Commission to speak to keep Cerritos and Artesia together and in LA County-based districts. Cerritos and Artesia has its own unique demographics. There are a lot of South Asian that live in the area, and the residents that live here are more tied to LA County than they are to Orange County. For example, the commuting patterns of these two cities trend more towards LA County than to Orange County. Pre-pandemic, nearly 60% of workers who lived in Cerritos and Artesia worked in LA County, compared to around 1/4 in Orange County. Likewise, nearly 2/3 of those who worked in Cerritos and Artesia commuted from LA County, compared with only 1/4 from Orange County. When it comes to everyday life, the residents of Cerritos and Artesia rely on Norwalk and the other neighboring LA cities for their shopping and entertainment needs. The youth of Cerritos and Artesia attend ABC Unified, which includes neighboring LA County's cities like Lakewood and Hawaiian Gardens. Cerritos and Artesia, like their neighbors in Southeast LA, deal with air pollution coming from the I-5, 605, and 91 freeways. The source of this pollution on these high-use freeways are the daily commuters heading into the LA basin for work, as well as trucks hauling freight from the Port of Los Angeles. The California EPA considers Cerritos, Artesia, and much of the rest of Southeast LA as disadvantaged communities because of this daily exposure to pollution. In short, Cerritos and Artesia share the same ethnic diversity, socioeconomic makeup, and environmental justice issues that the rest of its neighbors in Southeast Los Angeles experience. Thank you for your time. Please keep Cerritos and Artesia whole and in LA County-based districts.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 8121, and up next we have caller 3733. Caller 8121, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 8121, your speaker order number will be number 58. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm in the San Gabriel Valley area, specifically South El Monte.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Gloria Olmos. I'm the mayor of the city of South El Monte. And first off, I'd like to thank the commissioners for taking the time to provide our input. I know it's been a long night. And the city of South El Monte City Council submitted an input letter on July 28th in regards to our redistricting. For the past 2 cycles, the city has experienced some back and forth splits between the districts as well as the inclusion cities that do not have the same demographic or geographic characteristics, such as us. We believe that it's in the best interest of South El Monte to remain a whole in one assembly congressional, and state Senate district that contains cities with similar characteristics and share the same regional needs and opportunities. All in the cities of California are facing challenges such as housing deficiencies, homelessness, population increases, organic waste mandates, stormwater management, and transportation access. Our city would benefit by staying with our San Gabriel Valley region that share the same regional issues with similar cities of El Monte, Bone Park, Azusa, and West Covina. That's why I'm asking that the City Council would like to follow up on this and be acted on for the City of South El Monte to keep whole. For Assembly District, we'd like to see the City of South El Monte be included in the same Assembly District as El Monte, Bone Park, Azusa, which would be the 48th District. And for Congressional District, we'd like the City of South El Monte to be included in the Congressional District of El Monte, Bone Park, Azusa, and West Covina, the 32nd District. And also for the State Senate District, we'd like to remain with Susan Rubio, Senator Susan Rubio, District 22. She's done an outstanding job. So we'd really like to see the demographics being, instead of being split, to maintain as a whole so that we can go ahead and seek other options to benefit the City of South El Monte. And once again, I just thank you so much for all your time. I know you've had a long night in Long Beach. Kudos to you. You've had a lot of input. But I just wanted to ask for that in the City of South El Monte on behalf of us. We have several school board members already on board with us and several leaders in our community that all agree that this should be the change that we can make.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 3733. Up next will be caller 4057. Caller 3733, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 3733, your speaker order number will be number 59, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Kim Olson, and I'd like to speak about the northern part of the San Fernando Valley.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm calling. Thank you. I live in Chatsworth, and I would very much like to protect the Northern Valley and keep this group together. There are a few things that are really important to us, and we have a community of interest here that has to be protected. One of the main and most serious things that's happened recently was the Aliso Canyon gas blowout, and those of us here in Chatsworth were impacted, as was Porter Ranch, Granada Hills, and Northridge. These are also communities where, for those of us who live here, we're all natural partners. I go to Kaiser in Porter Ranch. I have a dentist in Granada Hills. I shop and do business in Northridge. We are all very interconnected here. We're also all part of Los Angeles County. And we share services. We share police services. We share fire services. It's extremely important for us that our interests, especially around Aliso Canyon, are protected. We need to be part of the same group. We also travel back and forth to Santa Clarita. I'm sure you're familiar with College of the Canyons and CSUN, and a lot of youth will travel back and forth between the northern San Fernando Valley and Santa Clarita, which is also part of Los Angeles County. For those of us who live here, it's a very natural and obvious connection. And for folks who don't really know this area, Aliso Canyon and the continuing impact that we have from Aliso Canyon, we need to be together so we can protect that interest. And if you look at Simi Valley is geographically closed off from us. I live one stop away from Simi Valley, and I never head that way because that's not really part of our community. I can tell you that's Ventura County. That's different services, different police, different fire departments. I would encourage you to please keep the Northern Valley together. We really need to protect our interests here, and we are very much
a community
30
and
seconds.
a pretty tightly knit one. I appreciate your time, and I would encourage you to keep Los Angeles County communities together, Santa Clarita and the northern San Fernando Valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now we are on caller 4057, and up next will be caller 9280. Caller 4057, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 4057, your speaker order number will be number 60. If you will please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. City of Santa Clarita.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Masih Segobian. I'm the Intergovernmental Relations Analyst for the City of Santa Clarita. On behalf of the Santa Clarita City Council, I respectfully urge that the City of Santa Clarita and Santa Clarita Valley be placed within only one congressional, state Senate, state Assembly, and Board of Equalization district. Currently, the city is bifurcated by 2 state Senate districts and 2 state Assembly districts, which has made it significantly challenging to collaborate in a consolidated and unified manner that fairly and effectively represents the interests shared by residents of the city at the state level. We respectfully ask that the state Senate district encompass the entire city of Santa Clarita Valley, and neighboring communities of the Antelope Valley, including the cities of Lancaster and Palmdale. Furthermore, we respectfully ask that the state assembly district encompass the entire city, Santa Clarita Valley, and neighboring communities of Simi Valley and North San Fernando Valley, including Porter Ranch. In regard to the congressional district, we respectfully ask that the city and Santa Clarita Valley continue to be included in one congressional district that includes Simi Valley to the southwest and the Antelope Valley to the northeast, including the cities Lancaster and Palmdale. The city collaborates on regional issues, including transportation planning, homelessness, public safety, emergency preparedness and response, and water quality with surrounding unincorporated areas directly adjacent to the city, including Castaic, Stevenson Ranch, Acton, and Agua Dulce, and again, the cities of Lancaster and Palmdale. Furthermore, the city serves on the North Los Angeles County Transportation Coalition with the Antelope Valley cities to develop regional policies and implement projects and programs to address critical transportation issues, promote economic development, and maximize transportation funding opportunities, including Measure M and Senate Bill 1 in the North Los Angeles County region. Similar to the cities Lancaster and Palmdale also contract with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and Fire Department and work together on emergency preparedness throughout the Los Angeles County Disaster Management Area B Planning Group, which is of critical importance due to the region's history of wildfires and flooding. Regional collaboration between these unincorporated areas and cities meet the state commission criteria with respect to retaining communities of interest that share common social and economic interests that should be included within a single district
30 seconds.
for purposes of effective and fair representation. I also want to just extend an appreciation and a thank you to all of you. It's been over 4.5 hours this evening, and I know that you guys are doing this across the state. So on behalf of the Santa Clarita City Council, thank you so much for your consideration of our comments.
Thank you so much.
Christian, can we have the caller remain on the line, please?
Just a moment.
9280. Oh, wait, no. 4057.
Caller 4057. The chair had some questions for you.
Thank you for your input. Can you define in your own words Santa Clarita Valley? And it's always best to sort of set it with the north-south or east or west border.
Absolutely, yeah. So the Santa Clarita Valley will start from the north, would encompass all the way up to the Castaic area. In regard to the west, would encompass all of Stevenson Ranch. And in regard to the east, would encompass the communities of Acton and Agua Dulce. If Mapper were to zoom in just a bit, you'll see unincorporated areas in the northeast region, should be identified. You'll see Acton in pink, Agua Dulce in yellow. Those would also be included in that Santa Clarita Valley region. And then the cursor is covering the Castaic area. So that would be the entire Santa Clarita Valley.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 9280, and up next will be caller 4817. Caller 9280, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 9280, your speaker order number will be number 61, if you'll please make note of that. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you please focus the map in the area of South Los Angeles, specifically the USC area, Inglewood, and Gardena? Hello, Commissioners. My name is Emily Amador, and I am a member of Chirla. I am a resident of the city of Los Angeles and have lived there in the community for 16 years. Now, please take a moment to close your eyes. Imagine the sweet aroma of home-cooked meals, beautiful murals singing upbeat melodies, while the sounds of beeping cars and the sights of street vendors fill the streets. You are a 16-year-old working at a local bodega, a place for home essentials and a rich cultural center to help bring more incomes to your home. One day, a well-known coffee shop owner comes into your community and begins making threats to the owner of the bodega, Berta, pressuring her to sell it to him. She doesn't want to lose her bodega, but the threats about shutting her business down are overwhelming. She gives in. The man extends his coffee shop, displacing the family that was behind what was once a bodega. It's getting tough for you to find another job. You can try and commute to a neighboring district, but it conflicts with your school day. Now you have to make a decision, school or work. You are not against development, you are against displacement. Now please open your eyes. This is the reality for so many families. They cannot open their eyes and escape their realities. There are so many high schoolers in this position and people like Berta. My community in South LA is made up of poor working class. There are fast food workers, independent workers, grocery store workers, department store workers, construction workers, and street vendors. My community lives in apartments, rental homes, and mobile homes, of which have increasingly begun to hoard Main Street. It's also very typical to see whole families living in small single-family homes. My community of South LA is predominantly Black and Brown, Latinx, and immigrant-based. And other than English, most of the residents here speak Spanish. Recently, there has been an increase of gentrification happening, especially in the Crenshaw area, which has displaced residents. Many are facing the poverty cycle in addition to that. We have libraries like Ascot Branch Library, Hyde Park Miriam Matthews Branch. The schools in my community are HIP Academy Elementary School, Raymond Avenue, El Camino College, Compton Community College, John Muir, Kemp Power Academy, and Kemp Academy of Opportunity. The 110, 10, and 405 freeways run along the edges of my community. The main street used here are Florence, Figueroa, Crenshaw, and Jefferson Boulevard. While my mom considers it unsafe, a lot of students take the Metro Blue Line, bike, or walk to get to school. Cars are also used to get around the area and to work. My community is similar to Gardena, Inglewood, and Crenshaw. It is vital that my community stays united because we care about stopping gentrification, providing access to healthy food, advocating for immigrant rights, and first-gen rights, air quality, quality education, education exposure, and homelessness. We also care about access to early and higher education because typically resources are not catered to our experiences. Redlining is an issue because it is harder for people in South LA to own a house, which combined with traumas from different oppressive systems is affecting my community. By keeping
time.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 4817, and up next will be caller 4852. And I would like to invite those that have not raised their hand at this time to please do so by pressing *9 on their telephone keypad. Please press *9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to comment, as we're getting down to our last couple of hands here. Caller 4817 will be right now, and up next will be caller 4852. Caller 4817, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 4817, your speaker order number will be number 62. If you'll please make note of that for future reference, and if you'll please let the mapper know of what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to discuss South Los Angeles County. My name is Reverend Frank Oliver. I represent the Uplift Church, a member of the Baptist Minister Conference of Southern California, and I also sit as a board member of the Full Gospel Baptist Church Fellowship, which I represent district churches in South Los Angeles and the Inland Empire region. I would just like to talk today about uniting districts and reducing of the splits. For example, I would really like to talk about a number of splits in the unincorporated communities and adjacent cities. One of those is I would like to talk about AD 50, Assembly District 50, 53, and 54. Pico, South Robertson, Olympic Park. I believe those should be made whole. I believe those have more in common than they do in the splits. It makes also sense that we deal with Assembly District 50 and having Venice and Mara Vista neighborhood councils, which have more in common with Santa Monica and Los Angeles communities north of Bologna Creek, and those being part of AD 50. One of the things that is close to my heart is the Empowerment Congress Southeast Neighborhood Council. And I believe that should be one assembly, whether we put it under AD 59 or AD 64. And there also, I believe we should include the Wilmington Neighborhood Council, should be included in Los Angeles communities of Harbor City and uniting it with San Pedro in AD 70. Some of the other things I think that we should look at is Empowerment Congress West and Empowerment Congress North neighborhood councils being united as one district under AD 59. And the Westmont district should not be split between Assembly District 62 and Assembly District 59. If we could also talk about the state Senate map, just for a little bit, the city of Torrance should not be split in the state Senate map. The city should be included in the South Bay communities to the west and the southwest in SD 26. City of Inglewood, I will conclude. City of Inglewood, I would actually, if we're looking at splits, it should be more natural barrier. Maybe following that Crenshaw line light rail and looking at that district. At the end, finally, I will ask you, the third Board of Equalization District should include the city of Los Angeles all in one district and the city of San Fernando. And also the
time.
Thank you, caller. And just as a statement, your input was pretty extensive. So you are also able to provide an email or submit a COI or as a method to provide a detailed public input. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 4852. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 4852, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. Caller 4852, your speaker order number will be number 63. If you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hello?
Hello? The floor is yours?
Yes, I'm Jaspal Singh, live in Northridge, San Fernando Valley. Hello?
Yes, thank you. Go
Hello?
ahead, please. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Jaspal Singh, live in San Fernando Valley. I'm the president of Global Punjabi Forum. We want to keep our valley separate. We don't want Mulholland Drive keep us separate from the rest of the LA. We don't want valley go other area. We want separate valley because our community here, we are Sikh community. We are Sikh. We are our community here. We are minority. We have voice here. When you attach valley with the Beverly Hill and other Hollywood, this we lose our voice and we our community, small community, living here. Our temple here, our everything here, by our business here. So we don't want lose our valley. We want stay valley separate from the Los Angeles. We don't want mixed valley with the Los Angeles, Beverly Hills, and other stuff. Yeah. This is I appreciate Mr. Commissioner. So I'm president of Global Punjabi Forum, too many members of this forum. We work for community. We have a food program in India. We serve from here. Our community, we have temple here, Laurel Canyon, Tacoma, and Kunoka Park, and North Hill. We have 3 temples here. We have majority, our community, but a minority, but our community majority here. But we don't want to separate our valley from the, we don't want mixed valley with the Los Angeles or the state. Keep our valley separate, please. Thank you so much, Mr. Commissioner. Hello?
Yes, thank you so much. Right now we have caller 7514, and up next will be caller 0039. And I would like to ask those that have called in and have not chose to raise their hands at this time to please press star 9 if you wish to raise your hand. Caller 7514, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 7514, your speaker order number will be number 64, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon. I am speaking on behalf of Congressional District 34, Assembly District 53. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Raquel Getz, and I am a member of Chirla. For the first 5 years of living in this country, my family and I called home the Westlake MacArthur Park region. Then we had the opportunity to move not too far away into the Koreatown area and have resided here for the last 17 years. Today, I speak as a DACA beneficiary, a daughter of immigrants, and want to ensure that I am one of the voices that help support our undocumented families, youth, and community members, not only to survive in our area, but also to genuinely thrive. So people predominantly who live in my area are poor working class individuals. Demographically, we range from Latinos to AAPI community and Black folks, many who are low income. And during the last 7 to 10 years, we overwhelmingly have seen the rapid rampaging that has gone on in terms of gentrification, and this has really harmed our residents. And so many times the apartments that are remaining are old, and the infrastructure of the buildings have not been remodeled. There's infestations going on. Hence, this continues this affects disproportionate access to housing. And then furthermore, during this pandemic, the housing crisis, along with the lack of fair wage paid jobs, has caused many of our community members to lose their homes and many times end up being houseless and on the streets. The lack of accessibility to affordable housing and not luxury homes in Koreatown and Westlake MacArthur Park area is important. We need affordable housing. We need to ensure that our community members are able to pay rent, bills, and have basic necessities. Alongside with that, educational access is super important. I'm the first in my family to be able to graduate, and so during this pandemic, there was technology deserts and lack of internet and access to computers that range from elementary to middle to high school students. One of the closest community colleges that we have is LACC. And so it's just very critical to have educators in these different institutions that help develop, grow, and ensure the success of many current and future leaders such as myself. I also want to note that there are many key nonprofit organizations such as Kayla, KYCC, Breezy Foundation, Trela, Ola, and Carecen that are very critical. And then also in terms of healthcare, it's just very important to note that also we lack a lot of different hospitals and clinics because many times they're over capacity and appointments take forever. And to conclude, I would like to preserve together Koreatown, Westlake MacArthur Park, Ranford Village, Pico Union, etc. And I would like to see if it's possible to revise and see via a poverty and income level indicator the outskirts of Larchmont Village.
Time.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 0039. This is the last hand that I have raised in the queue. For the other callers, if you do wish to raise your hand, please press *9. Oh, I see one more hand. 039 will be caller 0039 will be right now, and then next will be caller 2515. And those are the only two hands that I have. So if the other callers wish to raise their hands, please press *9 to raise your hand at this time. Caller 0039, please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 0039, your speaker order number will be number 65, if you'll please make note of that. If you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss. The floor is yours.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. Can you please pull up the Antelope Valley and the Santa Clarita Valley? The major cities at the center of these areas are Lancaster, Palmdale, and Santa Clarita.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is James Griggs, and I have lived in the Antelope Valley for over 30 years. I currently live in Palmdale. I came here from Los Angeles because of aerospace work. It continues to attract people from Los Angeles or down below, as we locals say, for that reason, but also as a growing suburb of the LA Basin. It offers the most affordable housing in LA County, which is attractive to young families, as well as most of the things they found in the urban areas from which they came. The connection to Santa Clarita, the San Fernando Valley, and the greater LA area are cultural, familial, and economic. So it's imperative that we remain connected. What was once rural decades ago on the outskirts of Palmdale and Lancaster is increasingly being developed. We have carpools, van pool, buses, and the metro train that support the commuters. I, for one, ran a van pool for many years when I worked in Glendale, and I don't know of anyone that commutes to Bakersfield. But LA radio stations incorporate Highway 14 into their morning and afternoon traffic reports. We have continued economic expansion and diversification that will stretch these ties in the future. So in summary, we have more in common with the Santa Clarita and the San Fernando Valley than Kern County and the San Joaquin Valley. So I would urge you to please keep the Antelope Valley with the Santa Clarita Valley. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 2515. This is the last hand that I have in the queue at this time. For the other caller, if you do wish to comment, please press *9. Otherwise, caller 2515, please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Caller 2515, your speaker order number will be number 66, if you'll please make note of that for future reference. And if you'll please let the mapper know what area you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Sage Rafferty. I'm calling from Santa Clarita, and I'd really like to talk about CA25 and also AD 38. I'm calling to urge the Commission to place Santa Clarita Valley in a congressional and an assembly district with other communities in Los Angeles County exclusively, and that includes San Fernando Valley and Antelope Valley, and also Chatsworth and Porter Ranch. Currently, we have Simi Valley in both CA25 and the AD 38. This makes no sense since we are definitely not communities of interest. Simi Valley has separate law enforcement agencies and fire responders. None of their school districts, water districts, or community college districts overlap. The cities do not co-host or advertise each other's events. The only thing that we have in common is that we currently share an assembly district and we share a congressional district. So the one example that I can bring up that by having multiple counties represented by a single district is the COVID-19 epidemic. LA County and Ventura County and cities within their respective jurisdictions had different health departments and protocols in place, which made it more difficult for our representatives to provide their constituents with constantly evolving critical health and safety information. So please keep Santa Clarita in a congressional and assembly district that includes other communities in Los Angeles County and put Simi Valley into their own district with other communities within Ventura County. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as that was the last caller with the raised hand, Katie, can you have the interpreters to read the instructions for raising their hand, please?
Could all the interpreters please make themselves available and do the consecutive translation of what I am about to say? Starting with Spanish. Please, yes. Spanish. If you would like to raise your hand, please press *9 on your telephone keypad.
Si gusta levantar la mano, por favor, oprima estrella o asterisco 9 en su teclado.
Gracias.
Si gusta dar un comentario, por favor, oprima asterisco 9 para dar un comentario y levantar la mano. Gracias.
Would the Farsi interpreter please make themselves available? Could you please do the consecutive translation of the instructions to please press *9 to raise your hand on the telephone keypad?
لطفاً برای بلند کردن دستتون نقطه ستاره و 9 را فشار بدید تا دست شما بلند بشه و اعلام حضور کنید.
Thank you so much.
سپاسگزارم.
Could the Armenian translator please make themselves available at this time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Could you please do the consecutive translation of the instructions to raise your hand? Please press *9 on your telephone keypad if you wish to raise your hand. Thank you so much. Kimmer? Could you...
ចុចតារា9ចុចផ្កាយ9បើសិនណាអ្នកណាចង់លើកដៃដើម្បីនិយាយនៅក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទយើងណាហើយសូមមេត្តាចុចតារា9អរគុណ
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie. And so seeing no other raised hands, I would just like to reiterate there are numerous ways to provide public input to the commission. You can do so at a COI public input meeting taking place throughout the summer. You can visit wedrawthelines.ca.org for more information. You can use the community of interest mapping tool that can be found at drawmycacommunity.org. The online COI tool is available in English, Spanish, Simplified Chinese, Traditional Chinese, Vietnamese, Tagalog, Korean, Armenian, Farsi, Arabic, Russian, Japanese, Punjabi, Khmer, Hmong, Thai. Tutorials are also available in those languages. You can provide input on our website at wedrawthelineca.org and click on the Draw My CA Community icon. You can do so by email at votersfirstact@crc.ca.gov or by traditional mail, snail mail, at California Citizens Redistricting Commission, 721 Capitol Mall, Suite 260, Sacramento, California, 95814. And you can also do so for those detailed community input or for input that wasn't completed, you can do so by those methods. So again, seeing no other hand raised, I'm going to bring this meeting to a close. Thank you for joining our Community of Interest Input meeting today. We have one additional upcoming COI public input meeting this week. On Friday, August 13th at 3 p.m., our COI meeting will focus on Imperial and San Diego counties and their surrounding areas, and we'll have Spanish, Filipino, Tagalog, and Arabic listening lines and interpreters available. Next week, we have two COI input meetings. The first is on August 20th at 2 p.m., focusing on Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, Inyo, Mariposa, Mono, and Tulum counties and their surrounding areas, and we'll have a Spanish listening line and Spanish interpreters available. The second meeting is on August 21st at 9 a.m., focusing on El Dorado, Nevada, Placer, Sacramento, Sierra, Sutter, Yolo, Yuba counties, and their surrounding areas, and we'll have a Spanish listening line and Spanish interpreter available. Registration for each meeting closes 2 calendar days before at 5 p.m. The next commission business meeting will be on August 19th at 4 p.m. Callers at the Community of Interest meetings are not limited to the specific mentioned counties. You can visit the meetings page at our website to see a list of additional upcoming COI input meetings at www.wedrawthelinesca.org/meetings. I would like to thank all the commissioners for their attentiveness. I'd like to thank all Californians for the participation. I would like to thank the staff for sticking with us. And Katie, you are wonderful. I'm sure you know that. This meeting is adjourned.